You're very welcome to the Irish Political Light Roundup, live here from the Carla Kilkenny Count Centre for the 2024 general election. And I'm here with Paul Brophy and Polly Manning. Well, gentlemen, how's it going?
Yeah, we don't have a first count on unfortunately yet, but we do have a tally, Poddy. And if you want to,
I'll just step aside.
if you want to give our viewers kind of an idea of what's the breakdown of the tally. So just for our listeners out there, a tally is not a full count; it is an estimate. Earlier on today, the what we said, all of the activists in all the political parties, when the when the votes were being sorted, they were checking the number ones, and they were being marked on a tally sheet, and then that went back into a big central Excel sheet. So these are the numbers that have been estimated from the tally. So how are we looking, Paddy?
Paul, I'm tired. I'm cranky, and I want a first count.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. It's looking like this. John McGuinness has topped the poll. The tally has him at 9,011 votes. Now they're saying that the quota will be 10,692. So he's a 1,600 votes.
Okay.
1,681 votes off the quota.
But he'll get that probably in transfers.
Oh, 100%, yeah. He's sure as night follows day, John McGuinness will be elected. Second place, according to the tally, and again, tallies have health warnings. Jennifer Murnane O'Connor of Carlow with 7,541 votes.
Very good vote.
Yeah. Followed in third place, they got the gold, silver, and the bronze in the tally. Peter Chapclear, and that's 6,660 votes. So it's very, very strong performance.
Very strong performance of Jack Clear.
And Fianna Fáil.
We interviewed him here on the Irish Political Roundup, Roisin, on our series.
Yeah.
Good few times. So yeah, we're glad to see one of our interviewees doing well.
Yep. And in fourth place, we have Fine Gael's Catherine Callahan from Carlow, and she raked in 6,223 votes in the tally, which is a very strong performance. For a first-time general election candidate in Carlow that also had a constituency rival get 7,500. You know, that's 13,764 votes between them in Carlow alone. Followed by the Carlow-based Sinn Féin candidate in fifth place, Anya Gladney Knox.
Yeah, because there was some talk that Sinn Féin might struggle a little bit in this constituency, but it seems to be going the other way.
Yeah, Sinn Féin got a very good vote in this election so far. Anya Gladney Knox of Sinn Féin got 6,008 votes in the tally. Go up and down a little bit in the first count. And interestingly enough, actually, she ran against her father in the local elections. Yeah. Not against him in the same area as him. He was elected, she was not. But she's in with a shot today, I tell you that. Sixth place, you have Natasha Newsom-Drennan of Sinn Féin, Kilkenny-based candidate. She's on 5,037 votes, so she's 1,000 behind her running mate. But she does seem to have more Kilkenny-based candidates behind her that she might transfer off of.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's neck and neck between two of them. But Sinn Féin look set to take a seat here, barring a major F-up in my predictions. Seventh place, we have the Rower na Síochána candidate of Michael Doyle, who's running for Fine Gael. Michael got 4,000. Jesus, and he wiped 4,000 off his result. He got 4,648 votes in the tally. The eighth place, Dave Fitzgerald, Fine Gael, 4,359 votes. So there's nearly 9,000 votes between himself and Michael there, Fine Gael votes. Ninth place, you have Patricia Stevenson of the Social Democrats, 3,005 votes.
Very good showing for a first-time candidate. Very good showing for a first-time candidate.
Correct. And again, good few left-leaning votes behind her. In 10th place, you have former Minister Malcolm Noonan of the Green Party on 2,664 votes according to tally. So his vote has nearly halved from 2020.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a very bad day for the Greens parties. They may, from talking to people, it looks like they may hold on to one seat because they had 12 going in. So coming back with one would be a very bad day for the Green Party. Wipeout, essentially.
That one seat will not be in Carlow Kilkenny. Malcolm Noonan will not keep his seat. 11th place, you have Gary Neal of Aintu, who got a very impressive 2,069 votes.
Nearly 3% of the vote for someone who, you know, kind of came into the race kind of late in the day, and it's a good vote to get, and it's a good first outing for Aintu here in Carlow Kilkenny.
And we were talking to Luke O'Connor, and Luke O'Connor said through their tallies, that a lot of transfers were going to go to Gary O'Neill when they were watching the tallies. So there are more transfers to seem to be like the independents and everything. There were a lot of transfer friendly towards Aintu.
Yeah, my rough calculations, there's 8,000 votes behind Gary O'Neill. Sorry, nearly 9,000 votes behind Gary O'Neill. Now they'll go everywhere. And there'll be non-transferables too, but there's a lot to play for. 12th place, Shauna Hargon of Labour on 1,563 votes, according to the tally.
Carlow Kilkenny was traditionally a good constituency for the Labour Party when you had Seamus Patterson for 46 years and then you had Anne Phelan, but it doesn't look like Labour are going to be returning TDs for Carlow Kilkenny constituency at this time around.
No. And you have, between Social Democrats and Labour, you have 4,600 votes.
Which would ask the question, why the hell are they two separate parties?
It has to be asked. In 13th place, Eugene McGuinness, Independent, 1,492 votes. 14th place, Adrian Wallace, People for Profit, 1,337 votes. So her vote is actually down from 2020, if memory serves me correctly.
Sage should be very disappointed with that because there was some chatter that there could be a left seat in this constituency, and some people were saying let's put it on Adrian Wallace, but doesn't look like it's going to be that way. It's been a poor day at the office for her, unfortunately.
Based on 2020, I thought she might have a shot, but that is not to be today, and there's no one behind her left leaning. Bar Tom Healy, who would have said he's left of centre himself. 15th place, Luke O'Connor, Independent, 1,085 votes. He seems very happy with that, and there's a few votes behind him that he might move up the ranks a little bit before he's eliminated. 16th place, Orla Donoghue, Irish Freedom Party. She's on 674 votes. 17th place, Tom Healy, Independent, 467 votes. 18th place, David Egan of Liberty Republic, formerly Direct Democracy Ireland, 186 votes. 19th place, we have the ever-persistent Noel G. Welsh, Independent, on 68 votes. And in 20th place, we have John O'Leary, who's from Cork. He's an independent, and he has 53 votes.
He's running in a couple of constituencies, I believe. Is he a bit of a maverick or something? I don't know, but 53 votes.
Yeah, well, Corkman got 53 votes in Kilkenny. That's impressive. Carlow Kilkenny, apologies, but yeah, that's the tally.
It's been a very long day from 8:30 this morning when you were here, Paul. Quarter past 8.
Yeah, very, 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 very long day. So there's been lots of, we've been doing the rounds. We've been talking to people. We've been kind of trying to get a feel of what's happening, talking to the talliers, and also we've recorded some content which our viewers will see in a moment. We got interviews with a wide range of people throughout the day. So please do stay tuned. But it's been a long day, but it's really fascinating to watch, because with the voting system we have in this country, it's not what you get in the first count that round, it's what you're going to get in transfers, and transfers are key, and it's going to be very, very key to deciding at least definitely the last 2 seats here in this constituency.
We don't have a surplus on the first count either, according to the tallies. So you're going to have a few eliminations straight away, from what I can see.
There hasn't been a buzz here today. It's just been like a real dead energy. There's been no. It's just been like, that's what I was thinking. There's no energy. There's no anticipation or anything else. It's just been like a real dead energy.
Triple espressos and Jaeger bombs for everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I suppose it's a totally different venue that we're in as well. So. where we were at the local election count, that wasn't available. But it's a different venue. It's a different dynamic. But hopefully we'll get a first count soon, and that will be
Bring up the energy.
bring up the energy a bit. And I suppose the good thing as well is the fact that there's no. The good thing about someone not being elected on the first count is there's not going to be big surpluses to distribute. So the candidates there who are on very small numbers, they'll be eliminated quickly.
There will be blood.
There will be blood. Exactly.
So, we're waiting on, we're anticipating the announcement of John McGuinness's votes and then the transfers. It's going to be, I say, very, very late into the early morning, possibly. We will watch, and the local elections have 3 one day. But it's great to have you back, Paddy, with us.
Absolutely.
And then I caught COVID when I was in here, so
We all got sick. We all got sick. Even Keelan got sick. The 4 of us.
and we'll all be sick of this by the end of it as well. So a little bit of controversy downstairs in that it's because of the capacity of the centre. It's a ticketed affair. There are people, members of the public, being turned away at the moment.
Yeah, which I can see why people would be very, very annoyed, because this is democracy in action. They've cast their vote, and they should be able to see democracy in action.
But however, it is very small.
It is.
And so I suppose we have to have I suppose people who were organising the venue and everything, they had to take that into account.
Yeah, exactly. Health and safety is very, very important. They wouldn't have got their fire cert without it.
Is that a question? Should there have been a bigger venue then?
Well, I suppose
Time.
the time and when was available, so
And we're coming up to Christmas. You got all the Christmas parties, all the events and everything else. So it was, I say if they had went on the 15th, they would have got a bigger venue. But I suppose it was that uncertainty, when were they going to call the election, and then finding all the venues, not just locally, but nationally.
yeah, from talking to somebody, if you look around the country, a lot of constituencies, they're using different count centres because the traditional ones that they do use were not available, so they're scrambling like everywhere else. So like it's a strange kind of election that, for me anyway, I've seen anyway. There is a different kind of feel about it and stuff like that. I think, was it kind of thing like we knew it was kind of like the worst kept secret? Oh, they were all saying it was the 15th of November and 15th of November, and then it became a different date. But I think, I don't know, from the result here, there's not going to be a whole lot of change here in this constituency.
Because it's the winter. We're 3 weeks away from Christmas.
Yeah.
We're 3 weeks Christmas. It's cold, it's damp, it's raining, it's outside, it's miserable. And, it's like he wants to get energy and be really, really excited about the general election. What's also interesting that and we're finding out nationally is everybody had predicted that Sinn Féin was going to be split and beat down. It seems to be Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and Sinn Féin are keeping that momentum, which a lot of people said wouldn't happen.
Yeah, exactly. That there are a lot of people are saying Sinn Féin were going to do very, very badly, according to the opinion polls in the last couple of days. Fianna Fáil were going to do extremely well, and Fine Gael had hit a bit of a curve or something like that. But they seem to be kind of nearly level pegging as well. So it looks like 3 big blocks again, and 2 of those blocks are going to have to come together and form a government. So are we looking at a Fianna Fáil?
Sinn Féin government?
The numbers are there. Well, whether it's going to happen is another thing, but the numbers are there.
Do you know what I said to you, and I've always said to you, Paul?
Yeah.
When Phil Hogan had the interview with Sean O'Rourke,
Yeah.
Phil Hogan always said, that he thought Fine Gael should go into opposition. They were too long in government. So if there is a Fianna Fáil, Sinn Féin, and maybe a third-party government or independents going to government with them, is that a prediction that Minister Phil Hogan, Kilkenny man, actually said? And everything that the former European Commissioner Phil Hogan said in that interview with Sean O'Rourke had happened. He said he didn't want a February election after Christmas. We had a November election, and You know, so it's going to be interesting to see whether Fianna Fáil, Sinn Féin go into government and have the numbers, or will it change within the transfers?
Yeah, it's all a transfers game, and this is probably the most fascinating part. Where are all those transfers going to go?
And I love to see where what boxes that the transfers come from and who they go to. I think this is part when I get excited.
And some transfers can be predictable, but a lot of transfers are not. Some go on geography, some go on, but they might like a personal vote. There's such a wide range of variables that you have to take into account.
But I've always said that with what's happening now in the world, and I said this to you, Paul, we had many conversations, that, that in my opinion, people are looking for stability. And we're going in, we're having fractured voting. Would that then create instability within the government? Would it take too long to form a government, especially with the Trump administration? And we've talked, people say it's a trade war. No, it's a trade negotiation. So we're going to need skilled. Is that a possibly what people was going through voters' mind? Do we need that skilled political skill and experience in now with what's going to happen, not just here in Ireland and between America and Ireland, but the whole world as well? How many general elections was there in the world this year?
Well over 24, 22.
A lot more, I think,
more.
over 40 something. There was a lot. Nearly every country was going through a general election.
Your neighbours, the UK, they had a general election back in July, back in July as well. So, and of course, the US presidential election was only a couple of weeks ago, and it was interesting. I was chatting to a few people downstairs. They reckon that the new Dáil, the 34th Dáil, is due to sit on the 18th of December. So the chances of actually having a government before Christmas, I'd say, it's hard to know, depending on what's the final numbers. Yeah.
It depends, but it's going to be exciting now to see from now on what happens when whoever gets into government, how the trade negotiations is going to work out between, and who is going to be the negotiator for the trade, and what team, because it's not just now about foreign affairs going out and negotiating, or the enterprise. They're going to have really skilled negotiators going out there for negotiating trade agreements.
Exactly, because Donald Trump he's not going to play easy or anything like that. So
he's going to play fair for America, and I think this is what people need to get out of their head. Oh, Trump's going to be bad for Ireland. What we need is a Trump here in Ireland who's going to bring business back to Ireland, manufacturing back to Ireland, small local businesses, and support the farmers, the fisheries, everybody who we've been talking to. We need a government and governments and politicians to start putting Ireland as a country first. Stop relying on the multinationals and start really becoming self-sufficient and bring back manufacturing. As I said before, I come from Derry. We were the shirt manufacturers. They all went to Morocco and Malaysia in the early 90s. We need to bring back small local manufacturers, support local business. We haven't done that. We've relied far too much, in my opinion, on the multinationals and high tech.
Even take down the road, there was a massive sugar factory, and then that closed about 18-20 years ago. That had a massive detrimental effect on Carlow. So that goes to show, when a big industry does leave a town or a county, it can have a huge effect.
And don't forget, President Donald Trump, the 45th to the 47th president, he has a business in Ireland. So he's not going to be. He's just going to say, okay, let's negotiate here. He's a businessman. And that's what we need. We need someone and people to say, okay, let's negotiate. And make Ireland on the edge of Europe, right on the ocean. And we need to say, okay, well, you know what? We're open for business.
And he's a businessman, and he likes doing deals, and his book is called The Art of His Deal, so he's definitely open to doing a deal with Ireland and any other country, really.
And Robert Kennedy is a Kennedy, and he is the Irish homestead, we did the JFK Arboretum. So there's a lot of Irish connections, and we now have a American correspondent with us. He also has an Irish connection.
That's right. That's right. Adam Dorito, he's fantastic, and I would encourage anyone take a look back at the videos we've done with Adam. They're really really good. He's brilliant at breaking it down,
Yeah.
Roisin, and explaining it and in the most simplest form. So I would really encourage people to check out those videos.
And he's a US veteran, US Air Force. He's a farmer, and he also works in and has a master's degree and works in the oil and gas and energy industry. So he's really, and as he said to us the other night, that he's been invited to apply for Trump administration positions in the energy and gas. So, you know, he's so knowledgeable, and he also worked behind the scenes in some of the MAGA rallies as well. So he's really, and he knows about energy. You know, he's not, that's his master's, and he works in the oil industry and the gas industry. He's a farmer, and he's also a veteran. And, you know, that's something is they understand that, and I think that that's what we need to bring back to basics, back to common sense, back to bringing everything local, with and building up local economies, building up the farmers, building up the coastal economies, and bring small businesses to actually build the local economy to build the national economy. And then what we need is them small businesses, they support the mothers who are maybe taking a career break while they're bringing up their children, and students having the small part-time job. That's what we need. We need to, and we also, I think what we need to do as a nation is we need to make the family-friendly economics, politically family-friendly, and really just bring back everything back to the communities. That's what I'd like to see.
I don't think there'd be anybody out there that would disagree with a lot of what you're saying.
Yeah, but they don't seem to be doing it in the mandates or in the manifestos, though, Paul. And you think back over the last 20 years, families have been fractured, and everything else. We need to bring everything back to the family units. And that's what I think. And, you know, I think what I'm looking for now, because I said the other night on the thing, what I was looking for was looking for the manifestos and what's the manifestos and what's the word I'm looking for? And everything else. And in the campaigns for the next general election, more family-friendly manifestos.
Exactly.
And everything in their political campaigns. That's what I'm looking for. We need to bring back, and I'm really concerned about all this childcare. It seems to be like create a childcare for workforce. What we need to do is need to make the workforce family friendly.
Yeah.
That's in my opinion.
It is a very fair point, and when you look at when they are applying for jobs, they are looking at these things. It's all about work-life balance. You need to be able to spend time with your family, because if you don't, it's going to become fractured. So
Already fractured. You know. So, Polly, what do you think about all this?
My arm's like an elastic band here.
What do you think about all this?
I think I'm going to go to get a coffee.
The coffee. So,
There's a lot to take in.
and so what we're going to be doing is I'm going to be back more in the background in the count, just like I was in the last local elections, and be handing you over to Polly and Paul.
Hurrah.
we're looking forward to it.
So what we're going to do is we're going to get Paul. Do you want to just while I'm getting the pre-recorded interviews ready, you and Polly talk about what's going to happen next, maybe tonight.
Yeah, exactly. So Paddy, it's around 5:05, so it feels a lot longer. When do they estimate we're going to have a first count?
I haven't a clue. I'll be straight with you, I don't know. They're counting away down there. I'd be surprised if we don't have the shapings of a count within an hour.
Okay.
But every prediction I've ever made has been wrong, so here we go.
Well, I suppose that's half the fun, isn't it?
I like being right.
Well, I suppose when you're right, you say great. If you're wrong, you just say, just go back to the drawing board. But the fact that nobody's going to be elected on the first count, we're going to see a good few eliminations. So that would probably speed things up a little bit. The second count.
There'll be a few. I think there'll be a few candidates eliminated, and I don't think there'll be anyone elected on the second count either.
Yeah.
There's too much of a gap to close.
Yeah, exactly. So as I said, it's not what you get on the first count that really matters. It's what you're getting in your transfers, and I suppose transfers are going to play an important role, because if you look at it, you have Anya Gladney there in the fifth seat there for Sinn Féin. There's you know, she could be passed out. You don't know as time as the candidates are eliminated and things like that. So
We actually need to eliminate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need to eliminate 6 candidates for mathematically we can even get John McGuinness to the quota.
6 candidates. So
At the moment, they're at the bottom 6.
bottom 6.
Mathematically, we can't even get to a quota until they're gone.
Okay, so you're going up as far as Luke O'Connor then.
Now, he might go past Adrian Wallace. You don't know.
Yeah, but yeah, so it's going to take time, and we could even be here till Monday.
What's that song? Patience.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't got it.
No, I think it's kind of tested a few people, but I must say that the tally here in Carlow Kilkenny, we spoke with Pat O'Neill Senior. It's really, really well run.
Yeah, Pat has found his calling in that he's extremely efficient and effective when it comes to the tally. He's widely regarded as a numbers guy. That's the title that's been bestowed upon him. And his predictions are usually fairly spot on. Not,
I remember when we were doing our coverage of the count, he said, I'm going to make a prediction. I'm going to call the 7 seats in Kilkenny City. And he called them exactly. So they don't call him the tally master for nothing.
what way are you calling it, Paul? What way it's going to go?
I think you're looking at, I'm going to go overall. Now, this could age really, really badly. I'm going to
And if it does, I will mock you
yeah, well, good. It's not the first time you mocked me.
incessantly.
Yeah. So I'd say we go 3 Fianna Fáil, 1 Fine Gael, 1 Sinn Féin. Who that Fine Gael and Sinn Féin TD is, I'm not 100% sure, but I would say 3 Fianna Fáil, 1 Fine Gael, 1 Sinn Féin.
Like you said, transfers are key. Bobby Elward was miles ahead, and then Malcolm passed him out towards the end. So anything could happen
I
today.
think in the end he was only beaten by 600 votes.
I don't have it offhand, but yeah.
It was something small like that, and it's very sad and unfortunate. 2 years after the general election in 2020, Bobby Elward passed away. So, you know, it just goes to show what can happen in a short space of time, and life is very, very precious. Oh yeah, sorry, Neil Senior, the tally master extraordinaire. Pat, we have a tally taking place here in Carlow Kilkenny. There's only about 15 boxes left to tally. How is it looking overall?
Well, 15 boxes left to be opened, Paul.
Open, sorry, I beg your pardon.
We'd have maybe 200 boxes tallied, but the input into the live feed is only around 100 boxes at this stage. So we've less than half the boxes, and it's all skewed towards Carlow at present, being all Carlow boxes. So look, the predictions are, I suppose, I was thinking all week it was going to be 3-1-1. To look at the exit poll last night, it said it's going to be 2-1-1 here.
Yeah.
Now, it could be still 2-1-1. It could be 3-1-1. But look, people might say, but who are the 3 and who are the 1s?
Yeah, that's
I
a
don't want to
good
name
question.
people yet. I mean, you can't name people yet. Look, we know John McGuinness is going to be elected. One Fine Gael is going to be elected. And more likely Jennifer Manine O'Connor is going to be elected.
Okay.
But the rest up there to play for.
So there's
all
about
there.
2 seats there, you reckon, that are up for grabs.
Just 3.
3.
3, yeah. Because I can't predict which of the Fine Gaelers are going to get the seat at this stage.
Really?
Like Catherine Callan is putting in a very, very strong performance in Carlow. She's going to end up on 5,500 votes, which puts her in the race.
Yeah.
And if Carlow people, as they were asked, to vote Carlow, and there's eliminations in Carlow, it may favour her and Jennifer Manine O'Connor.
Yeah.
So I think she has a chance, a fighting chance. I'm saying, look, a 10% chance of getting a seat, but she could get it.
Yeah.
But I think Sinn Féin, I don't know which of the Sinn Féin candidates is going to be elected. We have to see the Kilkenny boxes, how Newsom Drenning, does she get ahead of Gladney Knox? I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
Whichever is ahead gets the seat.
Yeah, and tallying, you know, you've been doing this a good while. There is science to it. It's not just about looking at numbers; it's also looking at patterns as well. Kind of see where votes can be going. And sometimes, even if you get a chance to look at the number 2s, that can be very telling as well.
Well, yeah, we don't really concentrate on 2s in the first tally. 2s are done when we see eliminations, things like that. You know what I mean? When the boxes are being there. But I mean, that's the way things go. But look, we've been fairly accurate for the last few years. And it's a testament to the people that are tallying.
Yeah,
we have 100
exactly.
people down there tallying.
Wow.
And I mean, so it's great. I mean, and some people are there for the first time, and some people look. we all enjoy. I think we all enjoy elections.
Yeah.
I did say to the talliers this morning, I said we want the clipboards back because the next election is in 6 months. So I'm not wishing that, but it could happen. It could happen because we're going to be very, very tight here with a hung doll.
Right. That's the way you think
And
we're
the
going to have.
permutations are put together. Now, I think, if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael come together with one, it should be a very stable government. But if Sinn Féin can get the left behind them, I'm not saying it can't happen, but it could happen. If they can get enough votes to be Taoiseach, that for Mary Lou, that would be it. But how long will that government last?
Exactly. And with your Fine Gael hat on, how would you have called the campaigns that has been led by the party?
I mean, look, I'd be very neutral on things, but I thought as a Fine Gael member, I think Fine Gael had a very, very poor campaign. I think it started badly with Michael O'Leary and the jokes about teachers. The John McGahn was a total disaster. I mean, I know he wasn't found guilty in the court of the land, only a civil court.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have him running for the party because it all came out. It's amazing that the video took 6 years to appear, but it did. It did appear, and it's all skeletons are in people's closets, and that's the thing. The only person who can run in politics now are young people that don't have social media accounts, because there's always something come back to haunt you. And I do think, like Simon Harris had said, it was a new energy was his slogan. I'm not saying excusing the incident in Kanturk, but look, the lady called him a bad man. If somebody calls me a bad man, I'm not really going to engage with you. I'm going to move away, and that's what he did. Now he went back and he apologised. I think he boasted because Fine Gael were on the slide. They were looking bad, and Fine Gael were on the slide, and he boasted in the last 3 or 4 days, or whether the public said, "Jesus, look, we shouldn't turn our back on him that much." Like to be nearly leading the exit poll last night was amazing. They look like going to be the biggest party in the Dáil, which nobody could predict 3-4 days ago.
No.
So, I suppose Fianna Fáil are the big disappointment.
They could do very well here, though.
They always do very well here. They're always 15-20%, 15 to 18% ahead of nationally here. So but like there's some like Galway West not going to get a seat.
Wow.
Eamon O'Queeve's haunting ground not going to get a seat with a celebrity candidate, Cronyn O'Shaughnessy. Peter Donnelly, minister, going to lose his seat.
Stephen Donnelly,
Or Stephen Donnelly, and Charlie McConnell could lose his seat, who he's running with Pat Cope
right.
in Donegal.
Right.
So,
and exit, there were polls saying that Fianna Fáil might take 2 there a few days back, and just shows how things can change.
Oh, things have changed, But look, it's all to play for. We're going to be here a long night into the night, Paul, and we're here
always be
tomorrow.
here.
So,
and you probably hope to have a tally result soon. You'd reckon?
It's now 1 o'clock. We should have a tally result by 2:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Pat O'Neill Senior, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us.
See you, Paul. Thanks very much. Thank you.
And we're back here live at the general election count here for 2024 in Carlow Kilkenny, and I'm pleased to be joined by the new, relatively still new MEP for Ireland Southwest, or sorry,
South.
Ireland
South.
South. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Kathleen functions. Was Kathleen first? The election here, of course, you had to resign your seat as you were elected to Europe. You're running two candidates. It looks like between the two candidates that you will retain your seat.
Yeah, so delighted with that. Obviously, it's based on tallies, but you know, although we were a long time waiting for the tally results in Carlow Kilkenny here, which was unusual because we normally have a very good, efficient operation. But look, I do think it looks like we will hold the seat, and potentially. Be in the hunt maybe for that last seat, because I think it's hard to know where the last seat's going to go. I don't think I agree with the analysis that there could be three Fianna Fáil seats just based on where everyone is standing at the moment, and everyone needs to reach the quota. So it's going to be interesting, and I think a long few days potentially.
Absolutely, and you're now an MEP. I suppose is it a big change from being a TD as regards to the schedule? And of course, you're between here and Brussels and Strasbourg a
Yeah.
good bit now, I imagine.
Yeah, so it was a big change in terms of even logistically. You're looking at 700 plus MEPs, so it's a much bigger parliament. I would do find that there is maybe it's quite constructive in terms of like the work and the policy, and you really do get an opportunity to work on policy. And that is where potentially changes can be made. So I'm really enjoying that element of it. And the committee work, it's a little bit different than the Dáil, and that's kind of where a lot of the work is done. There's also, I feel anyway, a lot of times where the 14 Irish MEPs come together on issues, which is a bit of a change than you would see in the Dáil. So yeah, a big change, but enjoying it so far. And obviously then there's 10 counties in Ireland South.
Yeah.
I did manage to get to all 10 counties during this election campaign, and really do want to take that part of the road seriously in terms of representing Ireland South, because I think a lot of people are totally disconnected from Europe.
Yeah,
That came up a lot during the campaign. People feel like you swan off to Europe and they never see you. So I'm going to try my best to be visible and make it relevant.
And when you think about it, did I read a stat somewhere that was over 75 or 80% of our laws actually originate in Europe? So we should really be paying more attention to what is actually going on in the European Parliament, because the laws that they're passing have a big impact on our lives here in Ireland, whether we realise it or not.
Yeah. So 70% of the legislation, you're right, originates in Europe, and I think when you're there, you really see actually that is the case, and it is important that we have people looking at it and challenging, obviously welcoming things where they're good, but I think it's really important, given that we are a smaller nation, that we are fighting for absolutely everything in terms of the benefits that we can have from Europe. I did feel like Europe, originally was kind of a community, like a lot of our good workers' rights and our gender equality legislation came from Europe. In the last little while, there's a lot more of a drive around militarisation, and I think it's really important that we make sure that Europe goes back to kind of the social aspects and looking at, disability services, for example. What role can Europe play in relation to housing? Because that's a crisis everywhere.
There's now a EU Commissioner for Housing, which is a great development.
Yeah. So we need to look at one of the committees I'm on. It's called EMPL, because all of the committees have like French names. So housing actually falls to that. It's obviously workers' rights and disability as well. But I do think that they're important issues, and hopefully as well people will see the relevance and the benefits then through that as well.
Absolutely. And my last question before I hand you over to my colleague, my esteemed colleague, Paddy Manning. You've been very focal, along with Maria Walsh, on the situation that is affecting our Irish fishermen, particularly around Norwegian trawlers coming in overfishing of mackerel. We've had Patrick Murphy on our programme here, the Irish Political Roundup, from the Ireland Southwest fisher producer, and it's when you listen to Patrick and when you hear the situation that the Irish fisheries are in, given the fact that the quotas that they have, it's very, very lopsided as regards what Irish fishermen can get versus the quotas they have to work with.
Yeah, so I think, to be fair, what the fishing community and recently the various organisations have come together, which I think is a really good idea. So they're kind of forming like an IFA of sorts that they can actually work together. So strength in numbers, first of all. But they're looking for a proper review of the common fisheries policy. It makes total common sense to have that. Like during the campaign, I met a lot of the fishermen in Wexford, and their stories were really kind of stayed with me, because they were kind of grown men getting upset about how difficult their circumstances are, that the industry is dying, that they are in huge volumes of debt. These are small fishermen trying to keep the business going for families, and I think they play a key role. I think it's really important, particularly around the Norwegian fleets, that we get they're really strong on having banning that, and also there's so much more that could be done around the various types of fish and the quotas and how much Ireland is allowed.
Ireland has the richest fishing waters
Yeah.
in the world, and
Yeah.
it's an amazing resource on our own doorstep that we don't realise or appreciate it enough.
Exactly, yeah. So I think it's important that we actually properly listen to what they're saying, and then at every opportunity raise that. Definitely, it's something that really has stayed with me since the campaign. So it was one I did try get onto the Fisheries Committee, but obviously you can only be on so many committees, and Sinn Féin only has 2 MEPs as well. So, but look, you can do a lot of work even if you're not on the committee, and that's our plan.
Absolutely, because if we're going to make any headway within our fishing industry, it's going to have to be European driven.
100%,
Now I'm
yeah.
going to hand you over to my colleague, Paddy Manning.
Kathleen, I've no curveballs for you, sadly, but
Waiting for one.
we spoke about the European election, but tell me about the general election. I'm sure you were out canvassing for your 2 candidates in Carrigal-Kenny. What was the reaction like on the doors?
Yeah.
And it can't have been too bad, given that the tally has 11,000 votes across the constituency.
Yeah, it was. It was really good. I feel like it gained a lot of momentum throughout the campaign as well. So maybe it was a bit slow to start in terms of engagement. But as it went on, I really feel like we did get a lot of people say they were looking for change. There was a kind of a historic Sinn Féin vote. We obviously did well in 2020. So there was people saying that they're going to continue to vote Sinn Féin. And then there was some people saying they were new voters. And it was a big ask for our 2 candidates, very new to it, first time running in a general election. So I think they have done brilliantly, both of them. We've yet to see what's going to happen, but I have to say I'm very proud of the 2 of them for the work they've put in. And, we were kind of coming from a local and European, it felt like all the elections just merged into one at some point. But yeah, I was really happy with the response that we were getting in general across both counties. And then in Ireland South as well, it was fairly positive.
You ran for the Town Council, County Council, European elections in 2009,
Yeah.
general election in 2011, locals in 2014 when you got a seat,
Yeah.
by-election, and then were elected at the general election. Like, that was a lot of hard graft and work gone in before you got
Yeah.
to the Dáil. What would you say to candidates who were unsuccessful at this election?
Yeah, so the first election I ran in actually was 2007. It was the general. No, it's okay. And my eldest child, who was nearly 18, was 3 months old exactly on the day of the count. So I have to say, a lot of it is down to sticking with it. It is down to the hard work. It is down to the hard graft. It is a really public forum to lose your job or to not be successful or to see maybe a low number of votes, and then you can't not take that personally, but you do have to give yourself the few days and then dust yourself off and keep going with it. Because if you really feel committed and passionate to whatever party that you are involved in, or if you're an independent, like if you really want to make those changes that you're kind of aligned with, let's say, the only way you're going to do it is through perseverance and hard graft. And I think, we had a really good local election here in 2014. The last 2 local elections haven't been great for us here in the constituency. Yes, we've made some gains, but we do need to look at that even still now. We have 5 years to try and change that. So that's something that, like, we've done well in certain things, and that's an example of where we're still learning, or we still have to do well, but you have to stick with it. It's the only way. It really is. And you see that as well. Some people who've been, running a few times and then they finally make it over. And I think there's everyone nearly, regardless of who you are, you feel happy for someone who has obviously been trying for a very long time and putting their name forward. So there's some really good, like, Social Democrats first time candidate, first time out, and that seems, based on tallies, to be a really good vote. So I would say to anyone like that, stick with it.
And if you could tell yourself back in 2009 that Sinn Féin and Carrigal-Kenny would be getting 28,000 votes in 2 general elections, what would you like?
Yeah, no, I never would have believed it. So, I mean, it's kind of well known probably at this point, but I got involved with the party in 2003, never had any intention of being a candidate, and I really genuinely didn't. Um, when I was asked, I was like, no, I couldn't do it. I couldn't go on the radio. That was my big thing, that I just couldn't face the public part of it. And eventually I said, I do it. We were coming from a very low base. Chances of us getting in '07 were very slim, and we knew that. And same with '09 in terms of the European, but obviously we hope to make the breakthrough locally. And I have to say, I found the first few months being on the council difficult. I was the only Sinn Féin. I didn't have any people that had gone ahead of me, when I really relied on people being fair. So Malcolm Noonan was the mayor of that first borough council. Joe Reedy, who was here earlier, the count, was a councillor. And I relied on people like that being very good and very fair to me. And I think that's like that 5 years in the borough council, I often reference back to one of my kind of favourite times, I suppose, in politics in terms of working together with the other city councillors. I think the borough council was really good for Kilkenny City, and I think we made some really good decisions together. Like, for example, the old swimming pool, when there was a question mark over that, and then it was handed over to the Marble City Boxing Club. So, you kind of look to times like that and think it really is worth it. But you do definitely have to stick with it. And I never would have envisaged us being a TD. I never would have thought I would have been the TD and now the MEP. So, like, genuinely, anything is possible out there for someone who's determined to stay with it.
Yeah, you were very close to beating W.D. Cosgrave's record in 2020. You were a few.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Actually.
yeah. You were a few hundred votes off W.D. Cosgrave, which is insane.
Yeah.
And Sinn Féin this time out have 11,000 votes. Is that your core vote in this constituency, do you reckon? I know you can never take a vote for granted, but across 2 elections you've had a very strong level of support.
yeah.
I would almost say consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think we're building up a kind of a base there, and largely as well through some of the work of our councillors, who are out there, who are putting in the hard graft. And then I suppose having the offices, having a base here locally and being able to do your best for people and tie in with groups and everything like that. So I do think we're kind of probably at the big, because I think you never really can tally a European election, but we have rough tallies for Carlow Kilkenny, and we were held around the 24%, and now this election a little bit lower, but I do think there is a core vote there between maybe 10 and 12,000. So yeah, it's really good to see that. And I was, I suppose, quietly confident. I've been in enough count centres on enough days to never be too optimistic. I nearly feel like I'm going to jinx it if I say anything, but I was very quietly confident that we would retain the seat here. Do you know what I mean? Because I really did feel a lot of that was a core Sinn Féin vote too,
The future is bright for Sinn Féin and Carlow Kilkenny.
Yeah, definitely onwards and upwards. We'll definitely retain the seat, and then we'll go from there. And hopefully as well, we'll have people that will contest the local elections next time out as well, and now have a great profile and all of that. So, like as I said, it is really about sticking with it.
You'll have to get David Kennedy back on the ticket. He was unlucky last time, but he was a great count.
David was brilliant, and I think he's hoping to come into the count maybe tomorrow. Very good councillor, and a big loss. And actually, funnily enough, we talk about the campaign and being out and about. That came up in Ballyhale when we were canvassing with Natasha. Just people saying that they still feel the loss of David, and hopefully that he would consider running again.
It was recognised cross party that he was an excellent councillor.
Yeah, he was, and he worked well with people, and that's a really important element of the job as well, because a lot of the times, particularly at local level, you have to. Funny enough, that's where local and European are very similar. You have to try and work with your colleagues, because otherwise you're going to achieve nothing. So, and David was kind of well known for that. So, and I think that's an important part of it too, that sometimes people don't talk enough about in politics as well, that you have to try and it's not all about ego and all that. Like, yeah, you do have to try and cooperate, is the right word.
I'm going to pass you back to Paul.
Well, Kathleen, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup, and we'll definitely have you on again into the very, very near future, particularly talking about the subject of fisheries, which we've covered extensively here on the Irish Political Roundup. So we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the count, and hopefully you'll get a seat between your two candidates.
Hopefully. Thanks very much.
Back to And I'm now delighted to be joined by Tom Healy, who is an independent candidate here in the Carlow Kilkenny general election. Tom, you've had a look at the tallies. How are you faring?
Disappointing result, I'll be honest. So far, about half the boxes have been opened, disproportionately more in the Carlow side of the constituency. So I think it's looking that the government parties, the two major government parties, have done very well. Sinn Féin is doing very well, as it looks as if they're going to take a seat in Carlow Kilkenny. From the point of view of independence, it hasn't been exactly Independence Day.
No, unfortunately not. And when you were out campaigning, so what were the big issues that were coming up on the doors when you were chatting to people?
Yeah, I think two issues in particular really struck me. One was obviously housing. That was a huge issue, enormous frustration and anger, actually. Almost every house had an experience, directly or indirectly, of how it was impacting on people's lives. Something as well I was very much aware of, but it did surprise me, the intensity of frustration and anger about the lack of access to services for children with special needs. I mean, we know about this, of course, from a lot of sources, but that was really coming across very strongly to me. Parents in anguish and in very difficult situation. A generalized frustration and anger with the way things were in the country, whether on cost of living or the way migration was being managed, or the issues, as I mentioned already, housing. Healthcare came up, maybe not quite as much as I thought it would come up. But, you know, the extraordinary thing, Paul, is that, and we have to fully respect the decisions and the will of the people in a democracy. But the really surprising thing is I don't see that anger and frustration that I came across translated into what we're seeing, what's emerging here nationally and locally. And I find that interesting, disappointing, but that is the way it is. It could be that there was a feeling on the part of many people that that whatever their frustrations, that the alternative, whatever that might be, was unsettling, and maybe people voted for stability, at least better the unsatisfactory situation, you know, than the one you don't know, you know.
And if we're to look at the figures, I say across the country, that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael will probably be returned to government, maybe with a new third part of that coalition. Do you see any of these issues that you've discussed, like housing and access to services for children with special needs? Do you see any changes there in the time ahead?
Well, you'd have to hope that there will be some improvement for the better, but I do think that there's a fundamental issue here with, as I would see it, a lack of urgency around housing issues, and I was calling for the declaration of a housing emergency as part of my own platform and campaign. But I think the storm clouds of economic uncertainty, the impact from North America of recent political developments there, and the continuing uncertainty globally and the impact on prices of energy and food, I think any government elected, any government formed in the next few weeks here in Ireland will have their work cut out for them.
For sure. I'll hand you over to my colleague, Paddy Manning.
How are you, Tom?
Hello, Paddy. How are you?
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I was admiring your social media campaign. You seem to cover a lot of ground. Where did you get to? What areas will you focus on, and how many were out? Because it's very difficult to canvass and campaign this massive constituency on your own.
It is, yeah. No, we got out. I started early at the beginning of August. I knew that you know, there was a lot of ground to cover, and I didn't have the same backup, obviously, as the bigger political parties. They have a lot of foot soldiers and financial resources, so I got out early. We covered everywhere from Ferrybank to Tullow, across to Ballyragget, down to Pilltown, so a lot of mileage there. And obviously we didn't cover every house, by no means, even in built-up areas we weren't able to reach everyone, but through social media, through local media as well, I was able to reach a broad audience. And I suppose I was really appealing to diverse constituencies, if I could put it this way, to people who knew me in the local areas that where I'm involved in community activism. That was certainly one source of support, and I think that is coming through in the tallies from what I've seen so far. Another constituency would be a pro-life sort of constituency. It's a small vote, but it is definitely there, and it's not represented by too many political parties, to be honest. And at the same time, I was appealing to a broadly left of centre vote. Now, that was a difficult horse to ride, if I could put it that way. And I knew that it was going to be difficult, you know, to keep that together because of, I suppose, quite frankly, polarisation that has occurred globally, but also I think in Irish politics over many issues now that have become quite controversial and contentious. And so for me as an independent, a new candidate in Carlow Kilkenny, coming into the fray, I knew it was going to be an uphill battle, yes, but I've no regrets whatsoever that I stood. I'm proud of what I did. I'm particularly proud that the pro-life campaign listed me as the most strongly pro-life candidate out of the, I think it was 5 or 6 that were pro-life out of the 20 in all. That's an important issue for me, and I'm immensely proud that I did that, and that along with other people we had the courage to put that point of view across in a compassionate and evidence-based way. But obviously it's not going to be a huge vote winner, and I, as an economist, I was also hugely focused on housing, cost of living, wages, equality, workers' rights, all those other issues. So I was crossing a lot of different areas for sure, yeah.
You didn't run in the local election. Do you think maybe with the benefit of hindsight, had you known you were going to run in the general, you might put your name forward to increase your profile?
Well, it would have helped if I'd ran, if only to, yes, that is true, to increase the profile. But then I suppose, I think yeah, one campaign per year is probably enough, actually. So I think that a lot of other candidates found it quite exhausting running 2 campaigns. It's exhausting financially as well as in every other way. So I think I paced myself, actually. So I was probably right in retrospect, but that's the way it turned out anyway. Yeah.
And had you been elected to Dáil Éireann, an independent, like we saw, not so much in recent years, but we've had kingmakers in independence. What parties would you have negotiated with as an independent? And what would have been your red line issues to support a government?
Yeah. Well, certainly the red line issues for me would have been housing, special needs, children disability services, but also I would be insisting that anyone who wanted my vote to become a Taoiseach or form a government, there would have to be no further development on the proposed euthanasia laws and further liberalisation of abortion. And we saw the vote yesterday in the British Parliament to a second reading of the euthanasia bill. So that's coming down the tracks here in Ireland. Those would have been some of the red lines that I would have had. And I would have, I suppose, seen myself as a critical, constructive voice, because I believe strongly in working with people on specific issues and not excluding people just because of party allegiance or supposed political leanings. I believe strongly in a politics of courage and hope and compassion. I know these are big words, but I think that a lot of the style of politics, increasingly in Europe and here in Ireland, highly negative, personalised, quite toxic. That's not the way I do it. Yeah, and so anyway, that's to answer your question. Had that been the outcome, yeah.
Good answer. And I've asked every candidate, who, past or present, is your biggest political influence?
Who is my biggest political influence? That's a good question. Yeah, right now.
Also seems to be a curveball because everyone has the same reaction.
Yeah. In the current climate, yeah. I'll honestly say no one in particular. I draw inspiration from different people on different issues, and this is one of the challenges I find with politics in the global context and here in Ireland, that actually there is such variation, and there are people that I would strongly agree with on certain issues, but I would strongly disagree with them on other issues. So I'm a person of conviction and strong belief, but I like to think that I listen as well and try to understand where people are coming from. So I'm afraid there isn't any one. I mean, when I was much younger than I am now, I thought that Noel Brown was a great person and Minister for Health and politician, he would have passed away, I suppose, about 40 years ago now. I mean, looking back, I'm afraid there are no obvious heroes jumping out there on the global scene, you know, and I think we each have to find our own inspiration from multiple sources. Yeah.
Very fair answer. I'm going to pass you back to Paul now.
Well, Tom, we'd like to say thank you for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup. We'd like to wish you well done on your campaign.
Thanks.
And wish you every success for
Thank
the
you,
future.
Paul.
You're
Thank
very
you.
welcome.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Two, three. And I'm now delighted to be joined by Paul Topping, Fine Gael councillor from Mooncoin, Pat Dunphy. Pat, you're up here at the tally here for the count here for the general election. The tallies, if we were to look at it, Fine Gael, between the three candidates, you should come away with definitely one seat.
Yeah, definitely. I think a seat there. If there's anything definite, I think our figure is about 24%, give or take, you know. So there has to be a seat there. What we don't know is what way they're going to fall. But
Yes.
I know Catherine Callahan is in a good position there. She has got a great vote, to be honest about it, up in Carlow. And our other two candidates, Michael Doyle and David, they're fighting it out there too. They've got a decent vote. What way will it work out? I don't know, because we haven't the first count yet here.
And did you get a chance to have a look at the tallies from your own area? Did much of your vote or your Fine Gael vote transfer to Michael Doyle?
Yeah, I was happy with it. Yeah, Michael is down the road. He put in a great canvas around the place. Whatever happens, he can't be faulted because the effort was put in. He had a great team around him. And I know he got good votes, and I was happy with that end of it. It's tough when you're a new candidate. And I think Michael, I was very, very happy with the way he operated and the contacts he made with people down the very south of the county.
And of course, John Paul Phelan, who's retiring, he's still is for the moment anyway, the Fine Gael TD for the South Kilkenny part of the constituency. I'm sure John Paul has been out knocking on doors with Michael, and when you're putting that support behind a candidate is huge for an incumbent TD.
Yeah, he had anyone that could help did help. And especially, like, as you said, John is from Tullaham, and he wouldn't be that far away from the road in the big area. So there's a big connect there. And, the other council, like Fidelis Doherty and and Joe Lyons and myself got behind him strongly again and did what we could. So, like, that's what you need, you know. If you want to get people elected, you have to get out and
And
move
Pat,
around.
you've topped the poll a couple of times in your constituency as a county councillor. Did you ever have thoughts or aspirations of maybe running for the Dáil?
Just to be honest, not really, but I was asked, but like it was a number of years ago, I may, but not, I think in my life now, I know what it's like working with JP. There's quite a lot involved. You're in Dublin several days a week, and then you're at clinics around the county, and that's such a busy job. You probably would never be at home.
No.
And I just rather took that decision. I want to be around my own area.
Exactly, and I'll pass you over to Paddy, who christened you Dyson Dunphy.
He's the fellow that put that name on.
Yeah.
Put that on you back in the local election.
Yeah.
He's a left answer.
And I heard of that news talk during the week. Pat, I'm raging now because actually Paul stole my question to you. I was like, why didn't you run? But you're after answering it. But I was actually looking at John Paul's vote over his career last night, and I looked at the 1999 local elections, and you ran against him. You ran alongside him, if we're going to be diplomatic.
Oh, yeah, we were great friends at that time.
Yeah.
We were opponents in the first election that I went into.
You were wondering who this little upstart was, were you?
Well, the first meeting that I went to before the election, where they were, I suppose, maybe getting ready to select candidates and that, I walked into the meeting room, and here I see this blondie little chap down in the corner, and I wonder who it was, to be honest about it. But yes, it's John Paul, and sure, he had a great career after that.
You've soldiered alongside each other for the last 13 years.
Yeah, we were opponents in that first election. That both of us got elected, and then John Paul moved on, to be a senator, then TD. So he had a good career. Though we got into some health issues, but that can happen to anyone. But he still had a long career there, and did a good job. And he was a very popular man in the area.
Now, you said you want to be at home, but Pat, you work night and day, 24/7, 365. When are you ever hecking back at home?
Yeah, but you would. It's
You might get home for an hour.
yeah. Like when you're in that job, you have to work at it, and that's what you do. But like when you're around locally or even working from home, it's much different than driving up and down to Dublin. That's
You were a county councillor for the last few years, since 1999, am I right?
yeah. That's
You
right.
you were also a parliamentary assistant. I'm going to say from 2012 because you had to finish up with your job.
That's it. Yeah.
What did a job of parliamentary assistant consist of, and the overlap between councillor and PA? How did that work?
Yeah, well, it all depends what the boss wanted, and I think he liked me working on ground and stuff, and we did a lot of that. Like, you take the calls, you follow up on things, you'd make the representations, get the contacts. There's a lot involved in that, and it's important to do that. I wasn't up in Leinster. A lot of time I'd be up there, but very seldom. But we were down in the Francis in his office, his secretary, myself, and Nance as well. Were in the constituency most of the time.
And you had Liam Keane then in later years.
Liam Keane was involved there as well, yeah, and Liam a few years back, so good Kerry man in the county, yeah.
And I know a TD is a national role, they're legislators, but legislators don't get elected unless they do the work on the ground in your locality. Simple as that.
That's about it. I think the one, if anybody asks me about politics, if you want to get elected, you hear people debating this the whole time. Get out and work. Simple as that. And I'd say it's the same for TDs, councillors, whatever you want to do, or even in any organisation, you have to get out and do the work. And it doesn't mean you're successful in everything, but you have to try and get back to people, let them know what the situation is, and the vast majority will accept whether it's good or bad. But that's what you need to do. You need to represent. That's what you're there for.
Tell me about this general election campaign, Pat. How did you find the reaction on the doors?
That's a good question, yeah.
And top down, did the party run the best campaign they could have?
Yeah, I was. To be honest,
You're one to give it straight, hence why I asked you.
Yeah, no, on the doors, people were very good. There were very few doors shut on top of us. None maybe. People were willing to talk, which was good as well. They were able to let you know what their issues were. And like from that point of view, it was good. I heard people referring to a soft campaign. And like a lot of people were happy enough, others weren't, but everyone spoke and said what their issues were. And well, the other question you had was, was it, you asked me
The campaign, the party ran as a whole.
yeah, well, the party kind of like set the guidelines as to where you can go. And I suppose by and large it worked fairly okay, but there were times when I questioned it. I'd say no more on that. I think when you're in a party, you have to follow the rules, and that applies to everyone in it. So, like at the end of the day, I don't think the campaign was good. I don't think it impacted the campaign, to be honest about it.
Sorry, no, I meant on a national level, the message from Fine Gael to the public.
Well, I start this way. Fine Gael are in power 13, 14 years. It's a long time. People get fed up, even if you're doing a really good job, which they've come from a tough place. You know, when the crash happened back in 2008, and ended up in government after that. The cuts and things they had to do in order to get the economy back on track had a huge impact. And they were getting it back slowly, and it was painful for people, but there was no other answer. If you want to get your economy right and your own sovereignty, that's what you have to do. And when we moved on then, when things were getting better, I think we were up to about 25,000 houses a year building after the whole building thing collapsed totally, because there was no tradesmen, there was nobody to build houses. We went down to maybe building 2,000 or 3,000 a year. Then it came back up, and what struck COVID. And you know the way people weren't able to work, and lots of things, the whole thing dropped down again. And people forget that, but and I think that's why there is a respect for Fine Gael government, because people do know they will manage it without messing about it. They will do their best, even if it's making tough decisions. They will do that. People don't like it, but they know it, and I think that's the message. I think when things are tough, you need somebody there to deal with it, and it mightn't be nice, but if you don't, then you're going to be in a far worse position.
I'm going to pass you back to Paul here now, Pat. You didn't get any curveballs at me, really. You were safe enough.
And I suppose, Pat,
You don't give that credit.
the final question, we're getting kind of rough estimates of what could happen, so the final figures. It looks like Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael could have the numbers, or maybe just a little bit short of forming a coalition. Do you think Fine Gael should go into government for another term with Fianna Fáil?
I do. I'd be in support of that. I know they're a while, but I think there's only one place to be in government. What's the point in going into opposition when you can't go into government? That's, no matter how long you've been there, and they're capable, and I'm happy enough with most of the stuff they do. I'd be critical on some things as well myself, but nobody's 100% perfect. You're going to have like that type of thing going on all the time, no matter what you do.
Absolutely. Well, Pat Dunphy, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish political roundup with Paddy and myself. I'm sure you're going to be here for a while yet, so we wish you the very best for the count, and hopefully you'll come away with at least that one Fine Gael seat.
Well, I think we will. Yeah. Thanks, lads.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Kelly, who's a former Fine Gael candidate and also a former chair of Carlow Kilkenny Fine Gael. Orla, you've been busy tallying away since around 9 o'clock this morning.
9 o'clock, yeah.
How's it going?
It is very interesting, and it is very close to call. So there are 3 Fine Gael candidates. So we open the Carlow boxes. So Catherine Callan, who's a new candidate, she's doing very well, and I suspect she's going to be very transfer friendly. So I think she's going to come in a bit stronger than people possibly anticipated, because she is getting some votes. She's getting a few votes from a lot, even of Kilkenny, South Kilkenny boxes.
Okay.
So that's very interesting. Michael Doyle, we just tallied the Ross Birkin boxes there now. He's doing very well in his own areas. He seems to be doing well. And Dave Fitzgerald as well has done well on certain boxes. And then outside of that, so Newsom Drennan from Sinn Féin seems to be doing okay. Chap Clear is doing a bit less well than I thought. John McGuinness is holding his vote very well there. But I have a slightly skewed, because you go and it's just based on the boxes I've tallied.
Yeah.
So I don't have a kind of more overall view.
Because when you look at, generally, I think they opened the Carlow boxes earlier this morning, and I suppose the picture is going to be focused towards Carlow, and the people of Carlow did vote for Carlow, which makes sense, because if people with the population, as they're saying, increases in Carlow, that if they vote that way, there's a chance they could get two of the 5 seats.
Yeah, so it was very obvious in the Carlow boxes that the transfers were all. I know there was I know the Chamber had been out, and possibly rightly so, and they had said to keep the seat in Carlow. So the transfers in Carlow were definitely staying in Carlow rather than going cross party over to Kilkenny. But the other thing to notice is that the transfers anyway were not necessarily sticking within the parties
Going everywhere.
as they would have. Well, they're going, I think the geography is a certain question. And then some of them are going within the party. There's a bit between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. There's quite a good cross transfer there. But it's just not as transfer predictable as it used to be.
Things of
So it makes for a dreadful time for all the candidates, and a great time for all us political anoraks, really.
Absolutely. So I'll hand you over to another political anorak, Paddy Manning.
Orla, we've canvassed together. We know each other very well. I would say you're a true blue, but you're environmentally conscious. You had an environmental radio show. Would I be right in saying that?
Yeah, I would have, but I mean, I think it's incumbent on all the parties really to do the right thing about climate, and I think you can see that happening within Fine Gael. I think Simon Harris would be, really adamant that those targets are met, and we just have to meet them. But the difference between Fine Gael and the Greens, I think, is that Fine Gael have been going out, speaking to the farmers, speaking to the community, and engaging with people before they make decisions around climate. So I think that's what's very important. So I think all of us are going to, we've all seen the impact. So I think all the parties are going to have to do something. I don't think, I would have thought Michael Noonan would have held on to a seat from just the boxes I was tallying. It doesn't look great for him, but I wasn't in a lot of the city boxes. So what do you think of Malcolm's seat?
I would have said up to today he is not going to take a seat. And it was based on the transfers of the 2020 general election, in that he got 2,000 votes from Adrian Wallace. And I always thought that was a protest vote, because it came from Kathleen's massive surplus down, and it stayed left, and then it went to Malcolm. And then the Greens went into government with Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. And it was based on not only my interpretation of that, in that he might lose the protest vote this time because he's a government TD, but across the country, it doesn't look like the Greens are doing too well. Catherine Martin is in a bit of bother up in Dublin, Rathdown. Is that right? Seen any results around the country?
Yeah, no, I've been totally tally focused now since 8 o'clock this morning. I'm in this.
Spoiler alert.
I know, I'm in this bubble. The only thing that everyone is showing me is Jerry the Munkutch looking possible to take a seat. And around the country, I don't have a look. It's the same as the fact that Fine Gael have been in government and have had to make a whole load of really difficult decisions over the past 15 years, and still have held the percentage of their vote is very good, because you usually get a drubbing for making hard decisions. And I think the thing that Sinn Féin don't really understand is there is a certain pocket of money, and you can't give everything to everyone that they ask for. So if you're campaigning on just saying we'd give everyone everything, then you should really be able to increase your vote massively. And Sinn Féin have been unable to do that. So I think that's really interesting, that if you've been making difficult fiscal decisions because there's only a certain amount of money, and your percentage share of the vote hasn't gone down, which it hasn't in Fine Gael, and that the Sinn Féin hasn't, even though they're handing out sweeties to everyone, hasn't managed to capitalise on the fact of that. I think that's interesting. That's a good day for Fine Gael.
I'm a big fan of sweeties. If Sinn Féin want to give me sweeties, I'm up for that. The
Some sweeties or biscuits in the bag there.
Fabulous. I'm sugar deprived here now. North Kilkenny lost 6,500 votes. Now, I saw on social media you were canvassing for David. You might have been out for Michael and Catherine as well, but 6,500 votes is a lot in a section of area. Now, David would have I imagine David got the north, Michael got the south, and Catherine got Carlow. How do northern-based candidates deal with that, or how will it affect them, do you reckon?
Well, I think what happens historically when people are taken out of what is rightly their constituency, that the poll just collapses, that most people don't vote. And I think based on speaking to people up there, that's what's happening. They just feel disenfranchised. They don't know the Tipperary candidates. The Tipperary candidates don't think that, they're going to look after them. And so what usually happens is there's a huge fall off in the people who vote. But I think like John McGuinness would have had the majority of vote in that area, so he would probably stand to lose the most from that.
Someone told me last night approximately 2,000 votes, and Fine Gael might lose 1,000 votes. Now that was off the top of their heads.
Yeah, I heard, in and around 2,000, maybe 2,200, but there's different figures for John McGuinness up there. But yeah, I mean, it's not a good thing for politics. It would be, I think of all the realignments of the constituencies, that wasn't one that looked rational to anybody. It wasn't one that anyone had anticipated. So people had looked at various other things that would have worked better. But I mean, it just has alienated those whole cohort of people up around Tullerone. I think there's 13 different districts. So yeah, it's
Galmoy, I think, as well.
Galmoy, yeah. No, I would be furious if I was suddenly sliced off from Carlow Kilkenny constituency. But you just have to hope and campaign and that it comes back in again. These things do go in circles,
You ran the locals, and you put a lot of work into it. You were campaigning from November until March, and it didn't go your way. It was a tough weekend. You're sticking around.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be here until I get some position in Fine Gael. No, I think I'm completely committed to Fine Gael, completely committed to the party. I think I've shown that in the election campaign I run. It would have been, Fine Gael doesn't have 3 seats naturally. We have 2 seats in the other areas. So it was a very good vote. And I'm going to stand here and be part of Fine Gael and see what comes my way. I'm not even going to see what comes my way. I'm going to go out and fight for what comes my way. Anyway, you never know. If people get elected, there are co-option conventions that happen as well. So they're democratic elections of people. And I think a lot of the Fine Gael members would see that I have done a huge amount of work and commitment for Fine Gael. So we shall see what happens there.
And after, I'm sorry to dwell on it, but after that weekend, it must have been tough mentally. What advice do you have for candidates who might be unsuccessful today?
Weirdly enough, it wasn't that tough. It was much tougher the first time. The second time, you're kind of very pragmatic. So you just look at the numbers and you go, with the percentage of Fine Gael votes, there most probably isn't 3 seats here. So the advantage of not getting elected is that you get your life back. And you can suddenly just kind of go and do things and breathe and do all the million things you meant to. I just had so much work I have been working flat out. I've got about 22 projects, design and project management, that I'm working on all the time. So that was really important for me to get straight back into work. So you kind of go, okay, this is great. I'm now going to do this very well. But I would always stay in touch with Fine Gael and work for Fine Gael, and I am actually for the party. But for people who don't get elected, I mean, it was David Fitzgerald who said to me the first time I decided to run for election in the city, and he said, oh yeah, the one thing you have to remember about elections is you can lose them. And I was like, oh, because it sounded but he's right. And they're all seasoned. Like Michael Doyle and David will all know, it's a serendipitous pursuit. It's not, I mean, you can see this week that it's not to do with, you can run a very good campaign, you can be a very good candidate. First of all, it's not a meritocracy, so the best people don't always get elected. Sometimes the best people don't even get through convention, but Shin Scéal Ella. And also, the wins and the vagaries of the media, the campaigning, your party leader, how they're perceived. So there can be swings of 10-15% on this week that are completely nothing to do with the candidates here. And you can either win a seat or not win a seat based on that. So you can have run an excellent candidate, canvassed everywhere, had really good policies, really engaged with people, have a track record for working hard, and not win a seat.
I feel like I've completely monopolised you, and poor Paul is here dying to ask you questions, and I'm very sorry, Paul, for we got carried away there.
I know that's perfectly okay. So, you're pretty confident, or that Fine Gael will definitely retain a seat here in Carlow Kilkenny, based on what you've seen.
Yeah, certainly looking at the numbers, there has to be a seat there. So the transfers will work well enough. The thing is, it's actually much more difficult to gauge. So obviously when you have an incumbent, and when we had a sitting TD, it was almost a fait accompli, and it would have been very hard for another candidate to do anything but bring them in and possibly win a second seat. Whereas in this instance, it's wide open, and a lot of it, again, is to do with the geography of which of the Fine Gael candidates have a strong candidate from another party in their area. I'd find it very hard to call at the moment. I don't see two Fine Gael seats at the moment.
It's fascinating to watch.
It is so great, as I said, and I make this joke at my own expense all the time. It is a great blood sport, so that's all we love it. I mean, we're not all lined up here in our political anoraks and it was so funny. So all the people tallying, very experienced people and people who've been tallying and been involved in Fine Gael for up to 50 years or whatever. I was going, "Did you sleep last night?" And they were going, "No, I woke up at 5 and I just couldn't go back to sleep, and I made a fry." And I was going, "What is wrong with us?" It's like Santa Claus coming.
Yeah, Christmas
So,
is literally come early. I think you said it before, Polly, that politics is probably the only blood sport that the Green Party would look to back. But Orla, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup. It's been fascinating. We wish you every success for the rest of the count.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
And we're now joined by Luke O'Connor, who is an independent candidate running here in the general election in Carlow Kilkenny. Luke, you've had a look at the tallies so far. How are you faring?
We're very competitive with the smaller independents and the other parties, in Carlow. So I'd be hoping that, when we see a bit more from North Kilkenny and the city here, that, we'll be thereabouts with the other independents and other candidates,
And it's a pretty short, sharp election. It's a big area to cover, and being an independent, you only have a certain amount of resources available to you.
Yeah, and look, I suppose a lot of my campaign was small donations. We raised about €2,500 from just small donations from people who believe in the things we believe in regarding controlling immigration, saving rural Ireland from the green agenda, and housing Irish citizens. So look, I'm delighted with the campaign we ran. It was all kind of grassroots, and I think I'm hoping now that when we start seeing more of the Kilkenny figures, that we'll be there near the top of the kind of independent and others list.
Okay. And what were the big issues that were coming up on the doors when you were chatting to people?
Well, I suppose everyone always says different issues. I think a lot of that is dictated by the candidate themselves, isn't it? The issues that you run on tend to come up most for you. But yeah, no, look, I saw a lot of immigration. I saw a lot of, particularly in working class areas, I saw a lot of dissatisfaction with the kind of mainstream kind of narratives around immigration. And look, as I was saying earlier, like I think independent and other candidates, like we're going to get a large share of the vote. It's just a pity we can't coalesce that vote around one person. That kind of way? And I think that's hurting us. Like I was saying about the polling last night, the block of independent Ireland and AN2, like that's 20% of the vote, like nationally. So, I think there's a lot of things to be learned from this, and I'm seeing it up and down the country. Kind of allies of mine getting kind of stung by the fact that there's fragmentation in our own vote.
Yeah, a lot of vote splitting in areas where you'd have maybe 3 or 4 candidates who would be kind of similar in outlook running in an area. So, do you think long term going forward, independents like yourself and parties like that you've mentioned that have to be some sort of, is it merger or form an alliance or whatever you want to call it, in order to maximise that vote and be in with it, a chance of winning seats and being in government?
Yeah, well, look, there has to be something done. I think like one of the biggest killers for me is Dublin Central, because like I had that earmarked with people up and down the country for the last few years. As the last time Gary Gannon got in with only 2,900 votes and a huge transfer, like Councillor Steenson there had done great work there in East Wall for years, and just the Hutch vote is killing them down there. He's just cannibalised the vote there. So look, it's disappointing. It's not a great day for us, but look, I'm happy that we brought up issues that wouldn't have been brought up otherwise during the campaign, and look, that's all you can ask yourself.
And I'll hand you over to my colleague Paddy Manning.
Luke, you've ran in local elections before. This is your first general election. How do they compare? How do you find it? It's a lot bigger in terms of the distance you have to travel up and down and left and right. And
yeah, look, it's difficult for an independent, and we ran the best campaign we can with the resources we had available. I think that's a huge thing. I think as well, do you remember when Vincent Brown was doing the road show, like when he was on Virgin, formerly TV3, like something like that needs to happen again, because like I'm seeing, like you're seeing first time candidates from the kind of establishment parties getting airtime on RT or whatever, like and not the same chance being given to kind of smaller candidates. I think Councillor Steenson raised that point again today as well. So look, I think there's a lot of work that can be done in terms of like coverage of the general election, that kind of way, because and even during the locals I wasn't happy as regards there was no formal debate. Everyone has a minute to make a pitch. Like, to me, that's not good enough, like like for democracy, and I have a real problem with that, and I said it to the local media here that it wasn't good enough. But look, we can only play on the pitch that's there, even if it's not a level playing field. But look, I'm happy that we're going to do well enough. We're not going to be embarrassed or anything. It's a pity about the fragmentation, because that's killing us.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, and you mentioned you're looking at Castlecomer, but that could be an area where you could do quite well, because your dad, the late Seamus O'Connor, who's a very well respected former principal of Castlecomer Community School. So I suppose that's an area that I'm sure you'll be looking at with great interest.
Yeah, like hopefully, like like you never know until the boxes are opened. And look, even in Carlow there, like I'm competitive with the IFP candidate who was based in Carlow, and I'd be hoping that when we get into Kilkenny, we get into North Kilkenny, that will be stronger. I think I've seen figures there 1.2, 1.6% in Carlow. Which is good for us. Like considering, you know, a lot of the time I would have spent in Carlow would have been in Carlow town, and I wouldn't have. I went out to Loughlin Bridge. I wouldn't have got to Tullow. Large parts of Tullow. So I'm happy enough with that. It's just I'm kind of nervous about now, just waiting for the North Kilkenny box and the City box.
Okay. Well, Luke, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup. Wish you the very best for whatever holds over the next couple of hours or days. We don't know what way the count, the shape it could take, but we wish you every success for the future.
Thanks very much.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Okay. And both myself and Paddy are now joined by Gary O'Neill, who was the Aontú candidate for the party here in Carlow Kilkenny. Gary, it looks like you're going to be on about 3% according to the tallies. Now, tallies, they have their own, they come with a slight little health warning, but 3%, if that comes to pass, you must be very happy with that.
Yeah, 3%. Yeah, first time running, Aontú's first time in the constituency as well, as you know, Paul. So yeah, 3%. I mean, yeah, it's good. It's all about the transfers now at this stage. But yeah, 3%. I'm happy with.
And how did you find the experience? You're a first-time candidate, and you were kind of in the race, kind of late in the day, but you had a lot of ground to cover in a short space of time.
A load of ground to cover. Yeah, there's a lot of ground to cover, and I felt it's an obligation to cover both counties. So I'm 50 minutes away from Carlow town, so there's 2 hours already driving. You're hitting around. Most people up in Carlow will only vote for people in Carlow. So, but it was my duty to go up and speak to people in Carlow, and but I'm wrecked. It's a lot of rural area as well, but it was a great experience.
And what were the big issues coming up on the doors when you were chatting to people?
I suppose the main one would have to be services for children with additional needs. It's an epidemic now, I believe, and the services need to be there, and those families need to be fought for to get the services into our communities, so the children don't have to go as far away to get basic education. So that would be number one. It would be my priority as well. Services. It's all about services, Paul.
And did anything come up along the way that surprised you?
Did anything surprise me? That's a great question.
Surprised you.
Yeah, did it? Yeah, that question surprised me. Yeah,
That's what we try to do.
Yeah,
well, occasionally.
Actually, Roisin's question on the Defence Forces was a great question. It really made me think about our security. So that question surprised me. It was a good question, and so yeah, I think the protecting our security and the way that can be kind of implemented. I suppose that was kind of one that took me off guard, as you've taken me off guard again with that question. My brain is running on empty at this stage, but yeah, that would be one that stands out.
Okay. And I'll hand you over to my colleague Paddy now.
Hey, Gary, it's like you said, it's a big constituency.
Yeah.
Had you a team out canvassing with you? Was it just yourself?
No, there was a team, but it's difficult as a first-time candidate who doesn't really come from a political family. We've always voted for people rather than parties, and so to get round up my troops, I suppose, and because there's a small base of people in Carlow and Kilkenny, to get the lads out that are working, they're plastering walls for 8 hours a day, and then they're coming out and helping me knocking on doors. So there was a few, but to get everyone, maybe have like three, 4 people a night, which was good, but then there was rotating people. So there was a team around 8 to 10. But some people were doing signs, some people were knocking on doors, some people weren't comfortable with knocking on doors because they were just, they're supporting me, but then they wouldn't have had the confidence to answer the questions that would have came up. So most people wanted to talk to me. Most people wanted to just kind of hear about the support from the people who were helping me. So there was a lot of ground to cover. The team was small, but it was a great experience, and it's good to talk to people. My voice is starting to go now a little bit as well, but hopefully the team or the Common will grow, and we'll really create a base here as well in Carlow and Kilkenny, and we can just go from strength to strength.
it's not often you have a candidate come in, particularly Carla Kilkenny, a first-time candidate that can make a dent and take a seat in what would be traditionally a very strong Fianna Fáil area. You need to work away and slog and build a profile. Kathleen Function ran several times before she got to the Dáil. What's your plan going forward? Will you stick around for the locals in 5 years, which is a long time away, but the campaign starts now if it does?
Yeah, it is a long time away. It's in the back of my mind. It would be my intention, yeah. But we're just gonna, deal with today, deal with this weekend, and then, we'll kind of have an icebreaker at Christmas, and then kind of go forward from there, But it's we're creating our base, and we're gonna move forward positively.
And then campaign. What was the highlight?
The highlight of the campaign, I loved getting out and talking to people. So my job traditionally was sitting at a desk investigating data and financial crime, and then I got into horticulture, which was also kind of an isolated job as well, like just dealing with veg. But I came from a background that was community based, which is why I actually left the corporate world to go back into community based. So I just really enjoyed engaging with people again. I'm a people person. It was difficult for me to take on, because I'm quite empathetic, to take on the grievance of people. But I love just getting out and speaking to people and talking to people, and I think it's a gift I have, that I'm able to talk to people the way I do. So I miss that, and so that would be the highlight, was just getting out and talking to people in the community.
Brilliant. And then maybe we'll focus a little bit on your party. When did you join into, or when did you get involved with the party?
Joined into only in the last, from a membership perspective, I think it was just after the locals, I believe. And it was the referendum, really. Well, I've always kind of, Peadar has always been a kind of someone that stood out to me. I wouldn't have, Peadar's leadership is something that drew me to Wayne too. And obviously the values and the principles, obviously why Peadar left, but why Peadar set up Ain 2 in the beginning. The values of Ain 2 and the referendum, of course. The referendum was really what made me go, okay, because I knew the implications of the referendum, and then I seen the way all the other political parties were trying to undermine the family and carers. And because Ain 2 stood out in voting no, that was a real draw to me for them. So the values and the backbone.
So in the space of maybe 4 or 5 months, you went from being a card-carrying member to a candidate in a general election.
Yeah, it's mad when you put it that way, isn't it? Yeah, it's mad when you put it that way. Look, it's been a whirlwind. It's been an absolute, it's an honour and a privilege to be able to, stand in my local constituency, to stand where I grew up, and represent the people that I grew up with or went to school with, the people around me, people that I haven't even met before that live in my hometown. To represent those has been an honour, and to stand with Ain 2 has been, it's one of the greatest honours of my life.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your run, and I'm going to pass you back to Paul.
Yeah, and I suppose one last question. I suppose you got 3% here. Looks like here in Carlow Kilkenny, it's looking like nationally Ain 2 could break that number of 2.5%, and if they break that number, they'll be entitled to state funding. So how important is that for the party like Ain 2 going forward?
It's incredibly important. It's incredibly important because it's so difficult. Like we basically some volunteers that we have at the moment, and obviously we don't have the funding. So it's been very difficult for a small party like Ain 2 to make the dent we're after making. It's an incredible achievement, and the people in the background that are not getting the limelight, so to speak, that are dropping signs around the country, that are doing all the background work. This is a testament to them, and they deserve the state funding. Ain 2 deserve the state funding because they're a champion of the people that feel like they've been left behind, and I think it's definitely a positive direction for the country if we get the funding and we be able to represent more people in a more positive way.
Yeah, and you'd have a base there, and you'd be able to build going forward. So I suppose now is time thinking about the next general election, whenever that will be, and hopefully build on that 3% if that does come to pass. Well, Gary, like I said, thank you for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup, and wish you every success for the rest of the count. And we're delighted now to be joined by Fianna Fáil candidate here for Carlow Kilkenny, Peter Chapclear, and his colleague, Councillor Joe Sheridan, who's a councillor in the Callan Thomastown Municipal District. Peter, or Chap, whatever way we want, what to be called. It's looking good. 6,660 votes on the tallies. Now we're hopefully going to have a first count soon. You must be very, very pleased with your first outing in a general election.
Yeah, look, the obviously the tallies, we need to get the exact first count first, and look, when there's 20 candidates in the field, it makes it very, very competitive. And look, it's going to be an absolute dogfight for the last couple of seats, but we're in with a chance, and we put a huge amount of work in. We have a fantastic group of canvassers and family and friends and people that put up posters and knocked on doors, and it was a huge effort. And look, hopefully over the next 24 hours or so we'll get a clearer picture as to how things lie.
Exactly, and it's Carlow Kilkenny. It is a big constituency. I know, but there was three candidate strategy. He broke it up by area, but even at that, it's still a huge portion of land to cover.
Yeah, it's a massive area, and I suppose I wouldn't have been helped by the fact that our convention was held a little bit later. You know what I mean? It was. I think the first week in October before we had our convention, which was a bit frustrating because we were chomping at the bit to get going, and then when the election was called, we only had a 3-week window, but we gave it absolutely everything, worked day and night, brilliant team of people around me, and look, as I said to you, it's over our hands now, it's over to the people, and look, transfers will decide, I think, come the end of the day.
And absolutely. And what were the big issues when you were knocking on doors?
Yeah, the big issues, I suppose, housing is obviously a big issue, in particular affordable housing for younger people, to give them an opportunity to get on the ladder. So that message was heard loud and clear. And also in terms of I suppose those less fortunate, those disability, the means test was a big issue as well, and could we do something there for carers? So there were two things that came up a good bit on the doors. I suppose on the other side, there was a huge welcome in terms of us calling because of the fragmented nature of it, in the sense that such a big area and it was dark at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
People were really appreciative of us calling and saying hello, and that was felt loud and clear as well. So.
Absolutely, and as we said, it's only a tally, but the tallies here in Kilkenny, they are generally a fairly good indication. It's been a number of years since Fianna Fáil had 3 seats in this constituency, but Carlow Kilkenny seems to be a stronghold still for Fianna Fáil as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to look at the local elections for that. I mean, we ran 12 candidates and we won 11. Our own municipal district was very, very strong, and with some brilliant councillors and candidates around, and that footprint is there, which is really important. But I suppose, look, when it comes to seats and seat allocation, look, we'll just have to see what happens. You know what I mean? It's going to be very difficult for us to get the 3 seats, but we have a chance, and we're at the dinner table, and we'll see what happens.
Exactly, it's all down to transfers. And Councillor Joe Sheridan, you've been working with Chap over the last number of years, and particularly in the last few weeks. How have you found canvassing with Chapclear for this general election?
Sure. Look, to be honest with you, I was delighted to go canvassing with Chap. It was very, very positive at the door. Look, he's well known, and I suppose he's been a councillor for 10 years, and he's been in so many committees, he's helped out so many people. So, to be honest with you, it was easy enough. Any door we went to him was very, very positive, really, really positive. So it's delighted for Chap. I mean, to get, I know they're only tallies, but to get over 6,500 votes it's incredible. Especially like when you're talking about 3 Fianna Fáil strong Fianna Fáil candidates running. To get that kind of a vote it's tremendous,
Exactly, and you were you're newly elected to Kilkenny County Council. The last time we spoke was at the last count, which would have been the local election. How have the last number of months been on Kilkenny County Council?
Yeah, look, they've been very busy. They've been everything. Actually, the phone is going the whole time. But they have been. They're challenging. It's rewarding. Bit daunting at times. A lot to learn. But look, I've said it a few times. Chap has been really, really helpful to me to get in, because look, you're learning the whole time as I go in there. I'm only there, 6 or 7 months, and I'd say, it'd probably take maybe a year, 2 years really to really get in the hang of things. But it's always helpful to have people that's probably there for so long that you can always pick up the phone, give them a ring, and they'll steer you in the right direction. It's fierce important, you know.
Absolutely. And I'm going to hand you over to my colleague, Paddy Manning, so brace yourself.
Sound like an apprenticeship there, Joe. You're doing it.
It certainly is.
You're serving your time.
I am indeed.
So he cracked the whip now. Is he a tough taskmaster?
You know, if you stay on the right side of him, I suppose he's all right.
There
you
you
know.
go. Chap, I was talking to John Paul Phelan last night, and he said all the years he campaigned, he was never nervous the night before a vote. He got nervous when the polls closed. That's when he found it. You could do no more, like, doesn't it? You can't influence it. Were you a little shaky last night when the exit poll came out?
Yeah, definitely. And look, as I said to you, it's as I described to some of their Eastie, it's like the leaving certificate. You know, you've worked so hard for it, and then you do the exam, or the people go to the polls, and after that it's out of your hands. But unlike the leaving cert, everybody gets to see your results, and everybody gets to see whether you were successful or if you're not so successful. So it definitely was nerve-wracking. It definitely was on edge a little bit. I suppose the fear of the unknown. But sure, that's why you do these things. You know, you put yourself out there. These are experiences that are character building, and that'll stand with you for the rest of your life. So look, I was happy that once the campaign finished and we stopped knocking on doors, that we'd done everything we could. And after that, it's over to the people, and that's the great thing about living in a democracy. The people will decide.
Just forgot what I was going to say next. That's sad. This is live TV, folks. You had a crowded field down there in that your council colleague Michael Doyle was running very close to you. So you have a crowded patch, and probably going to become more crowded with the emergence of Scott Fauchine, future candidate Holly Clear.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Well, I suppose the one thing, in terms of the makeup of this particular election is you 20 candidates from all parties and none, and a lot of new parties in there, and I suppose that leaves it very fragmented in terms of votes and percentages and things like that. So it really, I said, the transfers will be really interesting over the next couple of days. Yeah, as you mentioned, Holly, one of my children, a few of them came out canvas with me, and they were fantastic.
Miss Wims and Scott Fauchine was canvas, and apparently your daughter did an excellent job.
Yeah, no, exactly. Should have said we'd be, they wanted somewhere to live next week, you know what I mean? So, but in fairness to the girls, they've been fantastic, and we give them dispensations. One of them is doing her exams this week in Burris, and we told her, don't worry about the results, just come out and knock on a few doors for her. So they were great. They were huge help and huge support, as was all the team. And as I said to you, we left it all out on the pitch, and whatever happens now will be, and I'm happy and content that we give it our all, and it's out of my hands now, so what will be will be.
Ivan Yates tipped Fianna Fáil to get 3 seats in this area, and he put it down to the vote management strategy of Fianna Fáil. What was the vote management strategy of Fianna Fáil in Carlow Kilkenny?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that now, Paddy, but let's just say it was an experience.
Hellflare or hammer and togs?
Yeah, look, sure, everybody's out. I wasn't trying to take anybody else's seat. I was just trying to win my seat, and the other candidates trying to win their seats, and the people ultimately decide, So it's challenging when you've got 2 incumbent TDs. It makes it very difficult for a new person to come in and I suppose state their case. But I think we did that very well, and we're very honest the whole way throughout the campaign, and we were very. We ran a very, very good, honest campaign, and whatever happens now happens.
Joe, I mentioned the apprenticeship in jest earlier, and the taskmaster. You're your own man on the council. You're a councillor in your own right. How do you find this general election as your first time canvassing as a councillor in a general election?
Sure. Look, I suppose I've over the years I've probably canvassed for a good few other people. So I suppose the only difference now is when you go to the door, especially around my own area, in my own constituency, I suppose people are talking to me. I'm after getting a lot more jobs, I'll tell you, over the last 3 weeks, I can tell you that. Yeah, obviously it's different. As a councillor, people are talking about issues that they have and they'd like me to address. So yeah, when I canvassed doors, I was probably a lot slower than anyone else because people were talking to me as a councillor. So yeah, there was a big difference regard being a councillor. But I enjoyed every bit of it, and to be honest with you, I thought it was good because I was getting back out there again and meeting people. Like I met everyone through my own campaign for the council, but to get out again and meet people again was a good thing as well.
In a very short space of time.
Yeah, look, it was tough. The time of the year was tough because in the winter time, so you're trying to do your bit during the day, and then the evenings times then it was short, and people don't like knocking on doors probably when it gets dark. So yeah, that was a challenge. The time of the year it was for sure. I suppose for the local election it was so much easier because you could canvass away until whatever time, 8 o'clock in the night, and it was bright and the weather was good. So, but look, I enjoyed it. I definitely did. I was glad to be part of it. Glad to help Chap. And I'd be delighted to see him in. I know if he gets, and I'm pretty confident that he will. And if he does, I know he'd make a great TD, and he'd be a great addition to Carlow Kilkenny.
Chapclear TD sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Look, we'll try and get through the next 24 hours. I said, yeah, it was. Look, to come third, we'll say in terms of first preference was great, but huge amount of work to do.
Phenomenal for a first-time candidate in a general election.
Yeah, it's great, especially with two incumbents ahead of us as well. I mean, Fianna Fáil 1, 2, and 3 in terms of first preference is great. But look, it's to translate that into seats now, and that's where it's going to get. As Roy Keane said, we're in the squeaky bum time now, so we'll see how things go over the next 24 hours.
We actually have a surprise. Roy Keane's about to pop out, right? I'm going to pass you back to Paul there.
Well, Peter Chapclear, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup, and thank you as well to Councillor Joe Sheridan, and we wish you every success for the rest of the count. And who knows, Peter Clear TD, we might be saying that in a few days' time. You're welcome. Thanks, Willie. And both Polly and myself here are now joined by Orla Donoghue of the Irish Freedom Party and David Egan of Liberty Republic, formerly Direct Democracy, who both contested the general election here in Carlow Kilkenny. I keep going. Okay, guys, you've seen some rough tally results. It's not going to be your day, unfortunately, but how would you sum up the experience of running in a general election?
Well, to be honest, I'm a little bit surprised because I would have been calling door to door, and I spoke to an awful lot of people, and people were very, very annoyed with Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and just everything that was going on in the country. So I'm kind of surprised that they've gotten the numbers that they've gotten, considering, you were at the door talking to people. So and then again, Sinn Féin, bit of a shock there as well, But I suppose that's what happens, isn't it? When people go out and vote.
That's it. That's democracy, as they say. And David, this was your first time running as well. You were kind of late to the race. How did you find the experience as a whole?
Well, it was good, positive. I enjoyed it. It was to get out and meet the people and see what's happening and see what they think actually, and see where the problems really lie. And get it firsthand from the people, not from media or that's kind of compromised, I would say. But anyway, yeah, it's been positive enough.
And it's a big constituency to try canvass. I'm sure you had a small team behind you, but even at that, it's still a huge challenge.
Well, basically, I had a small team. It was myself because I work a normal job, and I had limited time in the evenings to get everywhere, and it was quite difficult. So I didn't get to as many as I wanted to get to. But next time going forward, if we do this again, which I probably will, I'll have it better worked out.
Yeah, exactly. And now I hand you over to my colleague, Paddy Manning.
Hello, everybody.
How are you doing?
Fantastic. If you could pick a highlight of the campaign, one each, what was your highlight?
Actually getting out and doing it was my big one, for me anyway, because as I said, I was quite private up to now. I even got rid of Facebook a couple of years ago, but but I had to reignite that again. So just to actually stand up and do it was a big thing for me, you know.
And Orla?
Well, I do PR media, so I talk to a lot of people. And I have to say, I enjoyed that at the doors. You know, I'm quite relatable to people. I'm easy to talk to. I have a bit of crack, you know, so I enjoyed that at the doors. Like, there were some great characters, like, you'd have a great laugh. And I have to say, I was always very lucky. I never got any hassle at the doors or anything like that. I think I had a very good approach as well. But, like, I enjoyed meeting people. I enjoyed hearing stories. Now, obviously not the bad stories, but, you know, as I said, that whole positive thing of it was very, very good.
And we spoke about this earlier. You hear some awful stories on doors. You hear positivity, but people have gone through tough times. People go through tough times. They're currently experiencing issues. How did you find that in terms of going home and dealing with that yourselves and processing that and having heard these stories? Did it take a toll at all on you?
Well, it does. You can think about it, can dwell on it a little bit, but if you let it dwell on you too much, it just get in too far on you, and you know you go down that rabbit hole. It's too far. You just have to look. It's the government that have the people in the situation that they're in the hard times. They're not being helped whatsoever. Resources aren't there. They're being told to just keep paying your taxes and go away. We're not giving you anything. It just has to stop, you know.
And Orla?
Well, how long's a piece of string? What I came across, I brought a notepad with me and I took down notes of everybody I spoke to. I mean, some of the situations were absolutely dire. I met one lady and her son had Down syndrome, and he's 5.5 years old and 5.5 years waiting for speech therapy. I met another grandmother who had 2 children, 11 and 12, non-verbal, again, waiting for speech therapy. You know, it was just the years of waiting, whether it was, you know, for OT, respite, it was just absolutely shocking. And then the elderly, I met an awful lot of elderly at the door. And like one lady stood out to me, she was 80 years old. And she was saying to me she had to make that decision every day between putting heat, you know, we'll say coal in the fire and heating her house and turning on the electricity. And she had worked all her life. And I met a lot of elderly like that. Like, what sort of government do we have where this situation is going on? Like, it was absolutely shocking. And every evening I used to go home and I used to write out the notes and I used to do a video of what I came across during the day. Because as I said, even if I didn't get voted in, I could at least highlight what I was meeting at the doors. And as I said, I could go on all day with what I met. It was just shocking.
It's a massive constituency. It's also traditionally Fianna Fáil's best constituency. Do you reckon it doesn't look like it's going to be your day based on the tallies? Do you reckon had you been in a different constituency, or if you might have had a better shot, or like it's your first time in a general election, will you run again?
Well, this is it. It's the first time general election. I'd be an unknown, so people are going to say, who's this lad, or, you know, what's he going to do, or what can he do? But yeah, I would run again, you know. My name is out there now. Not to as many as I would like to meet in person, but look, yeah, I would give it a go again. Yeah, why not?
And Orla?
I don't know. I think we'll have a regroup afterwards and chat. We might change current candidates and things like that. Like, I don't know if it would have made a difference being in a different area. I really don't, because at the end of the day, we're up against like 2 to 3 big powerhouses between Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and Sinn Féin. How do we compete with that? We're a much smaller party. We don't get the funding. We don't get the media coverage. So how do you go up against those big guns? Do you know what I mean? It is very, very difficult.
I'm going to pass you back to Paul now.
You actually make a good point. You're both in kind of small, but we classed as nationalist parties. Do you think it would make sense in the long term for parties like yourself to kind of coalesce together, either through some sort of formal alliance or a merger or something like that, in order to kind of create that critical mass and win seats and get elected to the Dáil?
Well, I think that's something that will have to be talked about among the different parties and the different, you know, leaders of the parties. Maybe it's something that can be looked at, but we'll have to see what way things pan out now today anyway, or the next few days or the next, you know.
And then there's also an issue with vote splitting as well, like having too many candidates, too similar. Like it's okay maybe having 2 candidates running, but you know, if you have more candidates, like there was some areas there was 5 nationalist candidates running, and that's getting into your vote splitting, which can affect things as well. That's what happened an awful lot in the local elections. I know in Carlow Town there was 4 of us running, and that split the vote. So that's another issue as well, that maybe we're just, if we did amalgamate into one party just to run maybe 1 or 2 candidates and leave it at that, you know. But again, as I said, look, it's going to take years. you know, we're up against big powerhouses, you know, who have money and backing behind them, where nationalist parties don't.
No, that's very true. But thanks a million for taking the time, both Orla and David, to take for talking to us here on the Irish Political Roundup. Unfortunately, it's not going to be your day. It looks like, but we wish you every success for the future.
Thank you very much.
Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
You're very welcome.
Nice crispy.
And you're very welcome back to the Irish Political Roundup. We're here live at the Carlow Kilkenny count for general election 2024. It is just gone 5 to 8. Unfortunately, we still don't have a first count. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a recap here. Paddy, we're going to have a PowerPoint where we're going to go through. We'll show you the individual candidates that we're running, and we'll go through what they got on the tallies. Now, as I said earlier on, the tallies is just an estimate. It's not a first count. The first count, we reckon, Paddy should be with us in about
3 weeks.
3 weeks, or hopefully an hour anyway. So Carlow Kilkenny, as we can see. Yeah, so it's made up of the two counties. Carlow and Kilkenny's got a number of, it's got Carlow Town, Kilkenny City, and a number of good-sized towns as well: Thomastown, Callan, Tullow, Bagenstown, etc.
Now, in fairness, a good chunk of North Kilkenny has been butchered off, sliced off, and given to Tipperary.
That part you see there in the yellow has been the part that has been butchered to borrow what Paddy said. That part of northwest Kilkenny, it's about 13 areas. We have Tullaroan, Galmoy, Johnstown, and others. That is now part of North Tipperary. And have you seen any of the turnout from that part of northwest Kilkenny?
I haven't even looked. It's my form of protest.
Yeah, I'm mad curious just to see what it is. So we'll have a look through all the candidates here, and we'll go through what they scored on the tally. So this PowerPoint goes by political party. So if Michael Doyle, Paddy, on the tallies, he got 4,648. Be happy enough with that, would he?
I'd say he would. Yeah. I don't know, to be honest. I'll ask him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know him well.
Yeah, I don't know if he's happy or not. To be honest, I'm sure he'd like to be higher. Everyone would like to be higher, unless you're top of the poll or elected. But yeah, I don't think Kilkenny Fine Gael were expecting Catherine Callahan to be so high.
Yeah, exactly.
I think there was an element of whoever was ahead in Kilkenny, they were expecting to rely on her transfers, and her being 6,223 votes and in the lead. It's definitely throwing the cat amongst the pigeons.
Absolutely. And speaking of Catherine Callahan, she's next. Catherine Callahan, former Defence Force member, SNA, farmer. For first time candidate, Paddy, she got over 6,000. Now, from Card, this is the tally: 6,223 first preference. We reckon great performance from a first time candidate.
Phenomenal, especially when you consider she lost her. I won't say lost her seat; she didn't have a seat, but she ran in the local elections and she lost by one vote.
So if people out there say voting doesn't matter, when you miss out by one vote, it certainly does matter.
I think P.T. Hanrahan and Thomastown many years ago lost by a single vote as well. So every vote does count. It happens. It's a freak occurrence, but it does happen.
Exactly. I think it was Frank Lusky when he lost his seat in Dublin. He was former Labour Party leader. Asked him, why didn't you get elected? I didn't get enough votes. So next is David Fitzgerald. David Fitzgerald, no stranger to general elections. This is the second one he contested in 2016 and a by-election in 2015. According to the tallies, Paddy, David is on over 4. Your figures better mine. 4,359.
I think
would like to everyone would like to be a lot higher.
But I think he's definitely in with a shout. Looking at who's behind him, I think there's 14,663 votes behind him according to the tallies.
Yep.
And a lot of those are city-based candidates.
Yeah.
I think he'll be expecting to pick up a lot from those.
I was looking at Sean O'Harrigan's transfers, and David Fitzgerald was getting a good few of those, because I suppose Labour, Fine Gael, there would always be a history of transferring there too.
And if he can pass out Michael Doyle, then he'd be expecting to get a large chunk of Doyle's preferences. So that's like he walked in earlier there and he seems in good spirits. So but like he said himself, it's all to play for.
It is all to play for, without a doubt. And next is Peter Chapclear, 6,660. Number one's 10.4% of the vote. Paddy 6,660. Obviously, I'm sure he must be very pleased with that. Fianna Fáil, very, very much in the hunt for 3 seats here.
I think if you told him before the election he gets 6,660 votes, I think he'd have been happy with it.
Yeah.
Especially with Michael Doyle on his doorsteps.
Yes.
On his doorstep, and like he's not far off Bobby Elber's last first preference vote.
Yeah.
I think Bobby Elber got 7,500 2020. So he's about less than 900 off Bobby Elber, who was a big name established TD, the chap's first time candidate. So
Yeah, phenomenal performance for a first time general election candidate. And next up, I think it's Tom Healy, the independent, 467 votes. Would, like everyone, would like to be a lot higher. That's what.
I know he's
as a percentage. What's that coming in at, Paddy?
not worth fiddlers. He's out.
Yeah,
He's a lovely man. I follow his campaign, and he seems like a really good, genuine guy. But this is not his election.
No.
And he said that himself earlier.
Yeah.
And he said he had no regrets. He was glad he went.
That's very true. And next up, I believe, is John McGuinness, current Fianna Fáil TD here for Carlow Kilkenny. He's been TD since 1997. Over 9,000 on the first 9,011 on the first count. 14% of the vote. Looks pretty certain that he will be elected at some point.
Yeah, he will. He'll be a TD. He'll top the poll. He'll be a TD down the line in a few counts. And he was probably the individual in this campaign and race who was affected the most by the slicing and dicing of North Kilkenny.
Yeah, exactly.
He lost about 2,000 votes, which would have put him over the quota.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Based on his current score here.
Yeah, it would absolutely.
He's a heavy hitter. He's been around a long time. He survived 2011. He's still here. He's an impressive good vote getter.
Yeah, exactly.
And he has a fantastic team. And they called him McGuinness Machine, and I don't think they like that name. But I use that with a term of respect. I think it's an absolutely phenomenal political ground machine that they've established and cultivated through hard work and graft. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, you can't take that away. And next up is Jennifer Murnane O'Connor, Carlow-based Fianna Fáil TD, elected in 2020, was senator before that, 7,541. She looks like cleaned out Carlow.
Well, I won't say she cleaned out Carlow in that Catherine Gallen got 6,223 and Anya Gladney Knox got 6,008. Like, there's 12,231 votes there from Carlow as well, and then another 1,337 for Adrian Wallace. Like, but she got a massive vote. Like, and she got, out of all the Carlow candidates, she got the highest vote. She did extremely well, and transfers.
And I noticed there was just before the election that the CEO of the Carlow Chamber was telling people vote Carlow, and from the tallies we saw Carlow seemed to be voting Carlow.
Yeah, I haven't seen the box by box breakdown. I'd love to because I'm a nerd.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Jennifer Murnane O'Connor's not going to be picking up big votes in Kilkenny like this. She obviously got her 7,500 in Carlow,
absolutely.
as did the other two Carlow candidates. And it makes sense for Carlow to vote Carlow. I know there was a few people from Kilkenny annoyed that was said, but it's reality. Like, get a grip.
And
Kilkenny vote Kilkenny.
We'll get to that at the end, but if we look at the top five candidates, it would look, if that was to come to pass, you would have three Carlow and 2 Kilkenny. So
that's unprecedented.
That would be completely unprecedented. And I think the three Carlow candidates are all women as well.
I also think it's a long shot in that Natasha Newsom-Drennan is 1,000 votes behind Anya Gladney. There's a lot more Kilkenny transfers than Carlow transfers behind them both. But again, so I think the South will vote the South, the North will vote the North, Carlow will vote Carlow.
Yeah, very
the City votes the City. Like, it's basic common sense. And cop on.
Exactly.
Anyone who
exactly.
complains about it is just there's something wrong.
They're not
there.
using common sense.
No.
And next up is the current junior minister, Malcolm Noonan. Hasn't been a good day all around for the Green Party across the board. 2,664 votes, 4.2% of the vote. Doesn't look like he's going to hold his seat.
No. The Greens have definitely wilted in this campaign. His vote is almost halved.
Yeah.
I haven't got the exact fraction if you want to get too specific,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he's down from over 4,000 votes to over 2,600.
And of course, the last election, Malcolm, he hoovered up a lot of transfers from Sinn Féin and the left and stuff like that. They ain't going to be here this time.
He got 2,000 votes in transfers from Adrian Wallace, People for Profit, and that was an anti-government vote, anti-establishment vote. And then the Green Party went in with the establishment.
Yeah.
So he's not going to get the anti-establishment vote. His first preference vote is down. I don't think it's through any fault of his own. The Green brand is not on point in this election.
Yeah.
And I think he's a popular man in and around Kilkenny. It's the brand. If he was on a different party, he might have done better.
Well, unfortunately, looks like he could lose. Not good. He will lose his seat. Next up is Natasha Newsom-Drennan, one of two Sinn Féin candidates. She would be the Kilkenny-based candidate. She's in the south of the county. Done very well, Paddy.
Yeah, Rand locals didn't get elected. I think she got about 500 votes, and now she's got her 5,000. She's got 10 times the amount of in the space of a few months. Yeah, she's in with a shout for the lassie.
Absolutely, I suppose it's
maybe not even the lassie, actually, maybe higher. Sorry.
Yeah, I suppose, and the two Sinn Féin candidates, they're very, very close together. So one is going to go, and one will elect the other. I would say if we were to look at where they are and where votes could go, etc. But Sinn Féin should take a seat between the two candidates. That looks pretty clear.
I think Kathleen was saying they were in contention for two earlier. Like there's a possibility. Like Sinn Féin are not settling for one here.
No.
Whether they have a choice in the matter now, but
Yeah. But as they say, a lot could happen between now and then. Next up is Anya Gladney Knox, who's the Carlow-based candidate for Sinn Féin. She ran in the local elections as well. Got a small vote. Of course, her dad Andy is a Sinn Féin councillor in Bagnallstown, but she got the third highest vote in Carlow.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
For an unsuccessful local election candidate to be getting 6,000 votes a few months later is, I don't know if it's the brand. Like they had a bad local election twice in a row. They lost council races that they were expecting to win. Like David Kennedy, fantastic councillor in Callan Thomastown, really good guy, nice guy, and like he didn't take a seat, and I would have expected him to. They had a bad local election, yet here they are ramping home.
Yeah.
Like in the space less than 6 months later.
Exactly. Just goes to show what can happen in a space of a couple of months. And the next slide, I believe, is Sean O'Horgan, Councillor Sean O'Horgan of the Labour Party. Of course, the Labour Party for a long time had a seat in this constituency with Seamus Patterson for 46 years, and then Anne Phelan got the seat back in between 2011 and 2016. It doesn't look like there's going to be a Labour Party presence in Carlow Kilkenny in the next stall.
Yeah, he won't be a TD this time out. What did he get? 1,500 votes. 1,563 votes on the tallies. He's not getting elected. But he was successfully elected to the council in June. How many? I don't know if he tried a good few times before that to get to the county council. It was his first successful event, and
because he was a borough councillor, he was never a county councillor before that.
Yeah, and I have much more to say. Labour have taken a kicking the last 10 years, and there's no sign of recovery or no sign of a seat in Carlow Kilkenny for in the near future, anyway.
Yeah, that's very true. But I suppose transfers from Sean O'Hargan would be important to the likes of David Fitzgerald and maybe some other city-based candidates.
David Fitzgerald, like you'd imagine, the Social Democrats would take a good few of those Labour votes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, we just don't know. And next up is Gary O'Neill of Aintu. Of course, he's the first candidate to run for Aintu in a general election here in Carlow. Kilkenny would be very, very happy with his performance for someone who came into the vote to the raid very, very late. And just have a look at here, 2,069 votes on your first out, and your 3% of the vote, with Aintu looking to increase their vote in every constituency to bump up their overall average. They'd be happy with their first outing here.
Yeah, I think he could potentially pass out Malcolm Noonan. Looking at what's behind them, there's 6,000, nearly 7,000 votes behind them, and there's not too many left-leaning votes behind them. You have the likes of 1,085 votes from Luke O'Connor.
Yeah.
You have Liberty Republic. You have Irish Freedom Party. Like there's 860 votes between two of those. Yeah, I think Gary can move up a place or two.
Yeah, exactly. As I say, it's all down to transfers. And next up is Luke O'Connor, who's an independent candidate. He's got over 1,000 votes, and from chatting to him earlier on, he seemed very happy with that.
He was very happy with it, yeah. He ran under the Irish Freedom Party in the local elections, and we actually never occurred to us asking him why he ran as independent this time. We should have. I apologise.
Can't remember everything.
No, I can't remember my own name sometimes. Genuinely.
Yeah.
Sad, isn't it?
No, I have no comment on that.
I need to care. Yeah, he got over 4 digits. It's a very respectable run for an independent who didn't get a seat in the locals and wasn't tipped to get a seat in this general election.
And if you took that number and divided it down, in 5 years' time, you could be knocking at the door for a seat in the local elections.
Yeah. So like you said, if you keep campaigning and slugging away, Kathleen Function said how many times did she run before she got there?
Exactly.
So
exactly, it's all about plugging away and perseverance. Exactly. And next up is Patricia Stevenson, I think, of the Social Democrats. We're very, very pleased with their outing. 3,005 votes according to the tallies for a first-time candidate who, no one really knew before this election.
Yeah, I had never come across her in political spheres. I think I read or heard that she was from Belfast originally, which the twang is not a Carlow Kilkenny accent, phenomenal vote in 3,000 votes for a first-time candidate no one heard of.
Yeah.
Who's not from the area. I don't know whether it's the brand, the candidate, or a mixture of both, or the campaign they ran. I know the Social Democrats locally have been toiling away, working night and day, knocking on doors, trying to get Patricia elected. They put in a lot of work for a small team.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, she'll be very happy with the 3,000. And I think she'll sneak up a bit too in the polls.
It'd be very interesting where she'll definitely...
I don't think she can reach Dave Fitzgerald.
But she'll...
She's 1,300 votes behind him.
Okay.
So 1,354 votes behind him according to the tallies.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah, but you never know. Look what happened 4 years ago, Paddy. And next up is Adrian Wallace of People's For Profit. She's, of course, a councillor in Carlow Town. Be very disappointed with her performance. 1,337 votes. There was some talk that if there was a left seat in this constituency that she could be in the shake-up, but that's certainly not going to be the case.
I was nearly going to put a tenner on her, so it shows what I know.
Yeah.
I think she got in around 2,000 votes last time and was creeping up to around 4,000 after all her transfers. She went out with 4,000. She's not going to go with 4,000 this time. She'll be eliminated fairly early on. But yeah, it's I'm sure it's a disappointing day for her. Like Kathleen, she's been slogging away for a while, and she had initially been tipped by Ivan Yates and Co to take the seat. Now he revised that and gave it to Sinn Féin.
Yeah,
he was right in the end.
He was.
But yeah, I thought she was definitely in with a shout and a protest vote. But the Sinn Féin brand was too strong today. Smothered a few of those left wing candidates.
It it did indeed. And next, I think we have some in couple. We have we've an independent here. We have Noel Walsh. Very small turnout figure here, 68. Is probably going to be second last. Looks like.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be his day. No. So.
And it won't be next time either.
No. Unfortunately not. But look, sometimes you just, as you said, you just got to keep plugging away.
I met before. I liked him. He's a nice man. But he's ran in every election so far, and I don't know why the vote he's getting is so low. Because he's well known. Everyone knows of Noel G. Welch at this stage. I don't know if he's just not getting to, because it's a big constituency. Hard for independent. I don't know why, but
it is a difficult constituency for independents. And next up, I believe, is Orla Donoghue of the Irish Freedom Party. 674 votes. They'd be reasonably happy with that for a small party. Or what would you think?
I don't know. We had her on earlier, and she's very eloquent, very well spoken, and spoke about how she enjoyed the campaign, but it was tough. And like it's nowhere near even challenging. But again, she's first time candidate.
Yeah, exactly.
First time general election candidate. Sorry, she ran the local. She said, and I'm sure she'll stick at. She did say that they'll have maybe a review.
Yeah.
Post selection of candidates and whatnot. So I can't say she'll run again. She might very well, but I don't think she'll be getting. Even if she doesn't run again, I don't think she'll be leaving politics.
Yeah, because we did say that there are a lot of these kind of smaller parties, and if you want the vote to kind of stick and coalesce, do they have to kind of brand together or have an alliance or something? Because running candidates of the similar ilk, there's going to be a lot of vote splitting.
Yeah.
So next up is John O'Leary, or Sean O'Leary in some place. I think this man is a bit of a maverick. His name was on the ballot in a couple of constituencies.
He's from Cork. He's running Kilkenny. He's a joke candidate. I'm not even
Yeah, 53 votes. So move.
53 more than he deserved.
Yeah, moving swiftly along. Next is David Egan, Carlow candidate with the Liberty Republic, kind of similar to Orla Donoghue, 186 votes. He spoke of, he was working and, the challenges of trying to run a campaign and work at the same time. So, as you said, hopefully he'll stay at it and he'll keep plugging away.
I met him this morning. I was chatting to him. We were chatting to him, and he actually came across a very affable, likeable guy.
Yeah.
He actually gave me a pass.
Yeah.
He had a spare one, so thanks for that, David. 186 is not a great result.
No.
But like you said, it's a tough campaign.
Yeah.
It's his first campaign. It'll be a learning curve, and if he sticks at it, his vote will go up.
Absolutely, yeah. And next is Councillor Eugene McGuinness, Kilkenny City-based councillor, the other McGuinness in the race. According to the tallies here, I know about 1400, in around the 1400 mark.
He's almost at the 1500 mark.
1500, sorry.
He's on the tallies. He's 1492.
Yeah.
Tallies are a little bit off. Sometimes the vote goes up down. I think he could pass the 500 on the vote.
Yeah.
On the first count, you wouldn't know. I really like him. I think he's a maverick. I don't think we agree a lot on policy, but he comes across when you're chatting to him a really likable guy. I don't think it's going to be his election. He's very, very far off in terms of a vote. I don't think there's enough behind him. There's 5,000 votes behind him, 5,362 votes behind him.
Yeah,
There's not. I apologise.
And it's shown again that Carlow Kilkenny is a hard place for an independent.
There's actually 3,870 votes behind him. They'll go everywhere. So, yeah, Carlow Kilkenny is Fianna Fáil. It's simple as that.
Yep.
I think he'll be disappointed that he's not challenging higher up, but I don't think he'll be too surprised at the outcome of three. I think it was a long shot. He took it, and on this occasion, he wasn't successful.
Yeah, that's the way. And I believe that. Do we have anyone? No, that's the end of our PowerPoint presentation. So that is an update on how Carlow Kilkenny. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong camera. That's an update on how Carlow Kilkenny is is going. We should have a first count very, very soon. Please God, please God. But we have seen people elected in other constituencies. Jennifer Carroll McNeil of Fine Gael, she topped the poll in Dunleary. You have, escape me now, David Cullinan. He topped the poll in Waterford for Sinn Féin. We have Micheál Martin has topped the poll in Cork South Central.
I think Lowry topped the poll in North.
Well, that was
slash
expected.
Kilkenny.
Yeah, slash Northwest Kilkenny, and we've those. Oh, Verona Murphy. Sorry, I beg your pardon. She topped the poll in Wexford.
Looks like the Monk is going to take a seat too, from what I saw on Twitter.
You think so?
I haven't seen updated results, but I think it was Gav Riley. Virgin Media said that unless transfers are specifically designed and calculated on ballot papers to keep him out, he can't see him not getting in.
Wow.
Which is phenomenal.
Because there was a lot of talk. Malachi Stevenson could take Steenson. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Could have taken a seat there, but he's absolutely cannibalised the vote that he would have been going for as well. So, it's. I think was it.
I think it's a little bit comparable in that he's not a politician.
No,
and
he'll tell you that straight.
Comparable to the Trump campaign 2016, in that not that Trump was a gangland leader. No, he wasn't a politician, and people seem to dislike politicians more than gangland criminals. That's it. So he's a big name.
Yeah,
probably for the wrong reasons.
But if he gets elected and he wins a seat, he's a democratically elected member of Dáil Éireann, so he has the same rights as all the other 173 TDs that will be elected.
I can't see any big party going near him for support.
Yeah.
So he'll effectively be a glorified county councillor in opposition, and and not even that. Maybe it's a bit unfair. Because I was fascinated by this race. This is the one race in Ireland I was interested in.
Oh yeah, when I saw his name go forward, I was like, "What is this for real?" And then you see you're like, "What?"
I'll be honest. A part of me wanted to see an upset.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dublin Central is a hard, tough constituency.
So many
big names,
different parts in it.
The mix. Gary Gannon's up there. You have Mary Lou Pascal. There was a lot of big names fighting it out, and then the Monk on top of that. So I mean, I said glorified county council. That's unfair. They are opposition TDs. They do hold the government to account. Whether other parties will take them seriously is another story.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's where we are at the moment. We hope very close to a first count result here in Carlow Kilkenny. We do feel very envious of people in other count centres who've had their counts underway. But that's where we are here in Carlow Kilkenny, and we'll be back very, very shortly with any updates if we have them. So stay tuned. And we're back here again at the count here in Carlow Kilkenny. We don't have a first count just yet. They're still checking over some ballots, but I'm delighted to be joined now by former Fine Gael general election candidate Patrick O'Neill. Patrick, it's been a long old wait.
Yeah, I've been following from at home and came in here about 6:30 expecting something to happen maybe, but I think now I'm hitting you on the way out the door here now to go and put kids to bed.
Yeah.
It's been a slow process here, unfortunately. So we're still only working off the tallies, but for sure it's going to be a very interesting 24 hours in Carlow Kilkenny. The last couple of seats are going to fall.
Absolutely, and Fine Gael, between the three candidates, they should get a seat, but who's going to get that is the $64,000 question.
Yeah, like it's look, fantastic performance by Catherine in Carlow. Definitely maybe over exceeded our expectations. The vote across the constituency is 24-25% in the tallies, which look is not a bad day. That's kind of our standard vote here anyway. But look, our vote is down in Kilkenny again, which is disappointing for two strong candidates there, two hard-working candidates, and it's looking a bit iffy for both of them at the minute. But there's a chance that definitely one of them, if everything falls our way from a transfer perspective, one of the two lads will be fighting for the last seat.
Yeah, exactly, and as I said, transfers will be key. And 4 years ago, you were one of these candidates waiting to get the results. What's it like to run in a general election?
It's extremely daunting and difficult. I suppose the way it is now, the last election was called on a whim, I suppose, in January, and you're working in a day job and you're literally ringing your boss to drop out and go on the road for 3 or 4 weeks and try and cover half a full city and half the north of the county.
Hang on. We have a first count, just bear with us.
False alarm.
Oh, sorry, false. Oh, great. False alarm, folks. Sorry. Okay. Where were we again? It can be daunting to run in a general election.
Exactly. It was. Look, it's really difficult for a new candidate to try and get the ground covered and your profile out there in such a short period of time, and same for the candidate system. Even though it's probably a bit of a well-kept secret that was going to be before Christmas, everyone had a little bit more time to prepare for it, maybe compared to the last election. But I suppose if you're working towards the end of a 5-year term, you kind of had a bit of a chance to work. Particularly, you'd rather maybe a summer election where you could cover more ground in the summer evenings, etc. But yeah, look, it's really difficult. You're relying on a lot of people to do a lot of work for you for no reward, and it's very hard to ask people to do a lot of that. And yeah, but look, it was thoroughly enjoyable. Really glad I did it. But yeah, it's a really hard thing to do for anyone. And look, I was lucky part of a larger party that had a bit of support and people willing to lend a hand. It's for smaller parties, independents in a big constituency like this, it's very, very difficult.
Absolutely. And overall, how do you think Fine Gael handled this campaign, both locally and on a national level? I know there were a few things that cropped up that weren't helpful along the way, but overall, how would you assess how the general election has gone for them?
Well, I think locally, starting off, I think we couldn't have, like the candidates, I think from what I can see, could have done no more. Catherine's obviously done a fantastic job, got a great vote. I know Michael and David covered fantastic ground and put in a serious campaign and covered every inch of the areas that they were supposed to cover and gave themselves the best possible chance. They could do no more. So I think locally, the candidates and the team around them did all that they could. Look, nationally, obviously, a few issues that arose in the last week or two that obviously probably didn't help. We probably got a little bit weak on certain things, when things started kind of maybe going against us. Maybe should have held our ground a little bit more, being a bit more firm to shore up some of your core vote when you look at it. But look, every election is difficult. No party is really could say that they're supremely popular at the minute. So there's still a lot of apathy and indecisiveness out there amongst the electorate. And there's no real party out there at the minute that's sticking out as the favourite of any area of the electorate.
True. Now I'll pass you over to my colleague, Pauline Manning, so you might have to brace yourself a little bit.
I think you're fairly safe. You're a citizen now. You're not a public rep. I can't really do too much to you. Were you out canvassing for this election?
I only got out 2 days.
2 days is a lot more than a lot of people can do. So
Yeah. No, look, it was. I'd love to have been out more. I enjoyed the 2 days I got out, but between work and kids, and my wife is self-employed, so she's not home till maybe 6:30 every evening. It just didn't really work out. I wasn't. There was no point in me coming late to join canvases, etc. By the time I got there.
And who are you canvassing for? Sorry.
I canvassed 2 days for Dave Fitzgerald, and that was as much as I was able to do just around Bennettsbridge. And literally, I'd say
You're a bridge man,
yeah,
like there's
and I probably only got about 20 houses done because we were talking to so many locals. It was, unfortunately, probably didn't cover as much ground as we should have been doing.
I'm sure it was an effective. Like you spend time on a door, people want that.
I would say that the doors that I covered, there was a positive response. I felt from my own campaign 4 years ago, there wasn't as much anger there. Whether that was maybe just latent anger, people were still kind of just, we're just angry and we're just annoyed and we're just not going to say it now. But the last time people were more vocal on the doors, they were kind of giving it to you a bit more. They were definitely they were a lot angrier to your face the last time in 2020 for sure. And I suppose it was probably a different time after Christmas, January blues, etc. Everyone was probably a little bit more off colour as well. These things kind of come into elections. But felt that everyone was kind of, to be honest, I thought Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil might be a little more ahead in the canvassing I was doing, compared to the polls where they are. I thought there might have been another 3 or 4% in it for between the two of them. But look, it hasn't turned out that way, and Sinn Féin have made a bit of a comeback in the last week to two, whatever has happened. So yeah.
And in fairness to you, like we haven't always been in the same camp, but you always give it straight. Varadkar was, in my opinion, not an effective leader. He was a very effective minister. He was a very, I don't feel like he was the same persona when he got the top job. Compare that to Harris then. What do you reckon?
Yeah, look, Leo at the time I thought was the right man for the. Fine Gael were probably high 20s, 30% at the time, and I thought Varadkar was the right man at the time to maybe kind of shore up maybe the non-traditional Fine Gael vote. Yeah. And I think it kind of didn't materialise that way, and he probably alienated some of our core vote over the years, and that wasn't maybe a good thing. And look, Harris, I think, has definitely gave the core vote a bit of a bounce, and I think that core vote has come out. But I still think we're struggling to connect the housing. We're there a long time now. The housing, I don't think whatever leader is there is going to struggle to get that kind of floating vote back when there's so many people struggling to find a home. In particular, I think housing is a big thing that Fine Gael are going to fall down on. I think no matter who the leader is, I think it's going to struggle to. All we really can focus on at the minute is trying to get that core vote back to where we want it to be and build from there. And I think Simon Harris, I still give him a great chance of being able to do that. I know he had a bit of a wobble in the last week or two, but I think he was well liked on the doors that I canvassed. I think people would like to see him as Taoiseach, and I think they like to see him as a leader of Fine Gael. And I think there's a lot more to come from him. And I suppose we'll see what way things materialise in the next few weeks and months with government formation. But I think we have the right man for the job at the moment. But look, Varadkar, to be honest, while I've good time for him, I think ended up being a little bit of a disappointment for the party nationally.
Agreed.
And and look, in fairness to the man, he stepped away when he could easily have dragged it out to this election, and he had the honour, I suppose, to maybe step away when he knew he was probably hindering the party going forward. So you have to give him his due for that, because there's not many people in politics that are able to see that and do that and have the bravery to walk away. So I think his heart was always in the right place, but it just didn't really work out for him.
Any comeback in the future for you?
Look, we obviously never say never, but it's for now it's definitely not on the agenda. Just too busy. Life is too busy. I'm in that stage of life where it's just small kids and work is important and busy. And look, we'll see how things are in 10, 15 years and still have a bit of life in the legs at that stage, hopefully.
I'll be fucking dead by then, you thicker.
Well, if I'm hanging around with you much longer, I might be.
Oh, me.
I'll be longer. But look, I've always loved kind of working in the community and trying to help people as much as I can, and I felt the last 2 years in particular I wasn't really doing the job very well, and it was the right thing to step aside. And look, we'll see what happens in the future, but it's always in me, the bug is there, and whatever when politics is all about opportunity, and if the right opportunity arises, I'd always consider it.
Well, you're an honourable, decent guy. Fair play. And I wish you all the best in the future. I'm glad everything's working out for you.
Thanks, Marty.
Fair play.
Thanks.
And if I didn't think that, I wouldn't say it.
Well, Pat, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup. And we've always welcomed and enjoyed your comments on a wide range of issues, particularly farming, where you're a very, very strong advocate for beef farmers in this country. So we wish you the very best of luck.
Thanks, Paul.
And hope you have a good evening.
I will.
We might see you.
Home to bed.
And we're now joined here on the Irish Political Roundup with John McGuinness, Fianna Fáil TD. Looks like you'll be a Fianna Fáil TD again, John. Your vote has held up quite well despite the fact you're about 1,700 votes that you would have had in the Northwest Kilkenny has now transferred across to North Tip.
Yeah, well, 6,473 votes transferred over. And out of that vote going on past tallies, I might have got 1,700. So to hold the percentage of the vote at 14% is a great personal achievement. And the hold Fianna Fáil then for it to hold 36% or thereabouts, given that loss to the New Tipperary constituency, I think it's quite a good day here for the party and quite a good day here for me.
Absolutely, and three seats is very, very, very possible. I know you at back in 2020 you thought with the late Bobby Aylward it could have been achieved, but as you said, Malcolm Noonan got a very steady transfer from the left, so it's not as clear cut as people might think.
No, but in 2020 you had Kathleen Funchion got 17,500 votes, and the strategy there was vote for Kathleen Funchion number one, vote left, stay left. And in fairness to those that put that proposition before the people, it worked. And Bobby Aylward then was pipped at the post and lost his seat in spite of polling very well in the beginning. So it's always a tricky business to win 3 seats out of 5. And I think that it's, I won't say it's on course this evening, but certainly with the transfers, none of us can predict what's going to happen the last 2 seats anyway.
Absolutely. And when you were out knocking on doors, John, what were the big issues that were coming up?
Well, the big issues were, the same as what's being reported nationally. You had housing and health, schools, the long lists for children to get assessed for care, and then the services not being there for them. And people, the underlying, I think, discussion that people were having about the election was the fact that we needed a stable government. And they looked at the outgoing government as offering that stability. And I think the affairs in the world with the wars and the election of Trump and the uncertainty of what he might do in terms of economic policies and how it might affect business in Ireland, I think that sort of wavered people towards considering the option again of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael.
And of course the Green Party were part of the outgoing government, and they look like it's going to be a very, very bad election for them. They may only return one TD, so if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael fall a bit short, who should be that third part of the puzzle?
Well, you see, Fianna Fáil the prediction for Fianna Fáil is roughly 45 seats, and for Fine Gael they say 40. Now that brings them close to the number of 87. They're still going to need a third support from somewhere. Where that comes from depends on like-minded people, whoever they are, that are elected. So I presume that those that negotiate the programme for government will be looking at all of those options. But of course, those smaller parties will be looking at the Green Party and thinking, well, hang on, we're not going to go in there because we're going to be gobbled up in the next election. But parties tend to put the country first when it comes to putting a government together. And that's going to be their priority. So, depending on the makeup of it all, who the groupings are, I think that Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and a grouping or a number of independents, maybe because of the fact that we're so close to 87, if it works out the way we're predicting, that will be the outcome.
Okay, I'll now hand you over to my colleague Paddy Manning.
Paddy.
John, I said it to Chap earlier. Ivan Yates predicted 3 seats for Carol Kenny yesterday on the basis that Fianna Fáil had a better vote management strategy. What was the strategy?
Get as many votes for yourself as you can.
Damn right.
Yeah. And I tell you, Ivan Yates should know that because he was in that position himself. In an election, people go out and they ask for the number one vote. There's no ambiguity about that. That's their target, to get as many number one votes as they can. And it's the electorate that decide. I hear all of this thing about vote strategy, and you hear it in every constituency. But the reality is the electorate is smart. It knows what it wants, and it votes that way. I'm not going to influence anyone to try and vote number 2 and number 3 and number 4. They're going to look at those candidates, and more, particularly younger people, they're looking at the candidates and they're selecting a candidate that best represents their interests.
Well, it's worked for Fianna Fáil and Carlow Kilkenny, that's for sure.
Well, it has, to the extent that people know their local TDs, and I work, closely with communities and families. I still do political clinics, and I love my job, so I engage a lot with people. If you don't do that, well, then you're not going to get re-elected, or you're going to fight for your re-election in your second election. And people are fickle; they can change very quickly. They may not have changed much in terms of my support. It's been at that 14% consistently. But that's down to hard work. It's down to engaging with people. It's down to having a good team around you. And first and foremost, it's down to having, in my case, a great family around you. So there's a lot of factors that come into it. But having a strategy, to go back to your question, is every man and woman for himself or herself.
I love it. Absolutely love it. You were a former minister in the 2007 government, am I right?
I was. 2008, 7-8, I was Minister for Trade and Commerce.
Fianna Fáil look like they're going to bring in 3 seats. You are the senior TD in this constituency. You have ministerial experience. And I was presumptuous to think that Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael or any party might form a government. And I'm not even going to ask you. I'm stating you should be in with, definitely in consideration for at least a junior ministry if that happens. It's not a question. I don't want to even put you on the spot. I'm just saying.
You're not putting me on the spot. I mean, everyone's ambition in politics is to go on and become a minister or whatever. I've been there long enough to know that you don't have to be a minister or a junior minister to achieve things. If you're given a job to do, like I was in the Public Accounts Committee or as chairman of the Finance Committee, you take that job, you do it as best you can, you take the whole thing very seriously, and you'll be judged on that. When I was a minister in 2007 and 8, I was Minister for Trade and Commerce, and I meant a lot of globe trotting, I suppose, and it was a very, very difficult job to do at that time, because we were leading into the crash and we were watching all sorts of things on the international markets, and I enjoyed it. Enjoyed it very much, and I mixed it well with my constituency work. But taking this election at this point in time, I'm not elected. We haven't won 3 seats, and even if I was elected and we had won 3 seats, I would leave it to the party leaders and the government to go and do and select whoever they like for a minister or junior minister, whoever it might be. But my guiding principle in this is you do the best for the country after the government is elected, and you pick your best team to do that job for you. The same as Brian Cody did in the past for Kilkenny Hurling.
And it worked for him.
And it worked for him.
Yeah, there we go. One more thing I'm going to say is the term McGuinness machine has been used, and I use it with the utmost respect, in that yourself, Andrew, Joe Malone, Pat Fitzpatrick, and a lot of other councillors on the ground have worked hard, going around house to house, working on issues to build support in the area. You can't, TDs are legislators or national politicians, but you need to work locally. I know a lot of councillors outside Fianna Fáil might contact your office because you will help them, you will assist them. It's not widely known. But how did you build that from the ground up?
Because it's all about work ethic. It's about public service. And if you believe in that, then you will put it into practice when you get the chance, like being elected as I was in '79 to Kilkenny Corporation or the County Council, and thereafter then to the Dáil. But you don't do it on your own. You have your family there with you. And, my wife, Margaret, and the children and our relatives, they get together, they keep you going for the term of office that you're in. And then at election time, in this case, Andrew led the team with Joe Reedy. Then he had a backup from Pat Fitzpatrick, Joe Malone, Mick Delaney, Deirdre Cullen, a number of other councillors. But I would tell all of those councillors the same thing. Don't get into this game if you're not going to serve the people. Don't get into this game if you're not going to have a good work ethic, if you're going to have a good attitude towards being a public servant. Don't go into it, because too many people run for elections for the wrong reasons. In fact, some of them run for very sort of personal reasons, and that's the wrong way to run into a campaign. You have to have a belief in what you're doing. You have to have a belief that you're serving others. And if you have that belief, well then you're in the game for the right reasons. And the people will respond to that.
You mentioned family. Your father was a Fianna Fáil politician. He was a TD, if I'm not mistaken.
No, my father was elected to Kilkenny Corporation, and he served 50 years on that local authority and the county council. And I spent 25 of my years with him on both the corporation and county council. And you learn a lot, not just from him. I learned a lot from Seamus Patterson, particularly from Kieran Crotty and the likes of Mick Lanigan. They were real big political figures when I entered politics. I always admired Jim Gibbons. He might have been, independent in terms of his thinking, and he's stubborn, a bit like that myself. But I did like him. He was very good for the constituency, and he served as a minister. So, there's lots of learning to be done in politics. And even still, I learn as I go along. And I've always enjoyed it. I've enjoyed particularly the Public Accounts Committee, and more recently then the Finance Committee. And what I enjoy about it is that in both of those committees, we served on behalf of the people. The tracker mortgage issue is a typical example, where we were told there was 4,000 tracker mortgages affected. Turns out that there was 54,000 tracker mortgages affected. I stood by Maurice McCabe. I stood by Grace in terms of the abuse, physical, sexual and financial abuse that she was put under, and 47 others. And I like, when I look back on the years, it's not what I achieved. It's what the position that I held allowed me to achieve for others. And I mentioned Maurice McCabe and Grace and all of those tracker mortgage holders as an example.
When you're mentioning them, I presume they're close to your heart, near and dear as an issue. If you could pick one moment thus far in your political career as a highlight, it's a tough one because there's many, I'm sure. What was it?
There's many, but Maurice McCabe, I think, is the one that stands out in my mind because he was beaten by the system. He wasn't listened to. He was a whistleblower. He came from a decent family. He suffered greatly because of it. And then he had to go through a tribunal and rehash every bad story that was told about him over and over again. I was in the tribunal for a week giving evidence, and I don't know how the man stuck recounting all of the bad things that were being said about it. All untrue, by the way. And he walked away from that tribunal, a free man, clean record and all of that. But I spoke to him sometime after that, and I was saddened by the fact that he still felt that his character was taken from him. And that saddened me. And that was the system, beating up a man. There's many other cases, like Shane O'Farrell, the chap that died on the side of the road, mowed down by a foreign national who was drunk or high on drugs, involved the guards as well. I like getting into stuff like that because it's all about justice for those that are being ignored and kicked about by the state.
I have no more questions. I'll pass back to Paul. Thank you.
I suppose, John, one final question. Yourself and your colleagues, when you're elected as legislators to our national parliament. But do you believe that if you weren't doing the work on the ground, having clinics, meeting people, that you would be a far less effective legislator?
No, I'll tell you about that now. Doing clinics, talking to people, even people that disagree with you, between elections, and I go around canvassing during and between elections, it informs you. It tells you how they live, what they expect. It tells you how the state is treating them, good or bad. And then when legislation comes up in the door, you're informed as to their set of circumstances. And you can react to that by saying, hang on, that legislation doesn't cover the scenario that I just found in Carlow Kilkenny. Now, on the clinic side of it, I love doing clinics. I love listening to people and understanding their difficulties. But the point I'm making to you is that doesn't in any way take from the time that I would put into my committee work in PSC or finance, or indeed studying legislation. I voted against some of the government legislation. In the recent referendum, I voted no and no. The government voted yes and yes. And I saw in that legislation how it was wrong. I didn't vote on the Vulture Fund issue because it was so bad. I decided not to vote at all on it. Now, people take issue with that. But there's aspects of a bill that's good and there's aspects then that's bad. And I just can't go with the bad bits. And I would say that in legislation, that the Dáil has to give far more time to teasing out legislation in the interest of having good legislation for people. And that's not happening, which is unfortunate.
And is that down to the way the Dáil works, or to committees, or how would the Dáil be more effective in scrutinising legislation better?
It's down to the committees. Like the government frustrates committees as well. The Occupy Territories Bill is one of them. So they won't give permission for it to go ahead. They'll stall it in its process. So the legislature is not as independent as we think of government, and it should be. And government interfere too much in the progress of legislation. So I would like to see far more pre-legislative scrutiny of bills, particularly big bills. Like the finance bill was passed in a few hours, and normally we would take 3 days to tease out the problems that may arise from a finance bill. And when you have legal eagles on the outside of legislation, interpreting legislation, because it is the law, they'll surely come up and pick the holes in it. And I'd like to see us picking the holes in it before it becomes legislation.
Well, John McGuinness, we wish you every success for the rest of the count, and thanks for taking the time to talk to Paddy and myself here on the Irish Political Roundup.
You're welcome.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. Thanks, Paddy.
Nice meeting you.